Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Harrah's Hoosier Park Racing and Casino for Breeders' Crown 2020. Now please stand, remove your hats, and join us with the singing of our national anthem. Please make welcome Sharon Beeman.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Here they come, and they're off in the Dan Patch. The Prince is in perfect striking position here for Tetrick. But it's Lather Up who retakes for Teague, and Lather Up wins in a track record equaling time of 1:47.2.
Live from the Dan Patch studio at Harrah's Hoosier Park Racing and Casino with your hosts, Emily Gaskin and Steve Cross.
Hello, again, racing fans. Welcome to Harrah's Hoosier Park Racing and Casino for Breeders' Crown 2020. This is the night drive sponsored by Libfield and Cats Breeding Partnerships, coming to you from the announcer's booth. I'm Steve Cross, and from the Dan Patch Studios, Emily Gaskin. Hi, Em.
Hi, Steve. It seems like it was just yesterday we were down here together doing this in 2017. One of those moments in my career that I'll never forget, launching the Breeders' Crown with you with the night drive in 2017. Like I said, feels like it was just yesterday, but here we are 3 years later hosting the second edition of the Breeders' Crown at Harrah's Hoosier Park.
Breeders' Crown 2020 presented by leading sponsor Libfield and Cats Breeding Partnerships. And Emily, big weekend. This is what we've been waiting for quite some time. Of course, eliminations last weekend. And so the finalists are all in to go tonight to the 2-year-olds, races 8, 10, 12, and 14, and a solid undercard as well, as we host a 15-race card this evening, which kicks off in about 28 minutes or so.
Yeah, so coming at you a little earlier tonight, Steve. We've got a 6 o'clock post time. So like you said, night drive a little early tonight. We've got a great 15-race card. Like you said, we've got the 4-year-old, the 2-year-old, the 4 2-year-old events.
There we go.
For $600,000 going in post for 8, 10, 12, and 14. And as you said, just a phenomenal undercard. 15 races on tap tonight as well. And some great wagering opportunities. I know we'll get into that a little later as well, but we've got 15 races coming a little early, and we also added some great wagers to the wagering menu. So a lot to look forward to, as you said, as we kick off Breeders' Crown Weekend 2020.
And Emily, I must say, God has blessed us with some beautiful weather. Breeders' Crown can be a little bit dicey sometimes as far as the weather is concerned, but I think we'll be just fine. The sun is shining right now. Track condition is fast. The only thing that might be a little bit of a concern, is the wind. Winds at about 10 miles an hour from the northwest, and we saw last evening the wind playing a factor into the 14 race card last night.
Yeah, very much so. And we talk about this all the time, Steve. A lot of folks asking about the weather, and you mentioned it last night on the show, so I think it's worth mentioning. Last night was one of those nights that we certainly did not want for Breeders' Crown. It was that light, drizzly rain. It was cool, but you and I oftentimes talk about this. This track holds a lot of water. Not only does it hold a lot of water, but it sets up very nicely after some rain as well. So looking forward to a fast track. Like you said, late October in Indiana. I'm not sure we can ask for much better, and it's supposed to be even a little warmer tomorrow as well. So very much looking forward to not only a great weekend of weather, but a great weekend for some fast racing here at Harrah's Hoosier Park.
And of course, it was just 3 short years ago we saw the snow fly on this weekend.
Yeah, the snow. I think we had a little bit of everything that weekend.
We did.
Snow, sun, wind, and rain. We had a little bit of everything. So very much looking forward to watching the sunshine tonight, of course, as we head into this evening's 15 race card.
We do have a few changes to pass along. In fact, just 2 scratches on the 15 race card of this evening. Both found towards the center of the program. In the 7th race this evening, 7th race, a scratch. In the 7th race, the 6 Yankee Bounty has been scratched 6. 7th race, the 6 horse is out. And then an unfortunate scratch in the first Breeders' Crown event of the night. 2 filly trotters, the 9 Gotta Believe. This is in the 8th race now. 8th race, the 9 Gotta Believe. She is under the weather, and she has been scratched sick. 8th race, the 9 Gotta Believe has been withdrawn. So those are the only 2 changes that we have on the program tonight. Speaking of weather, let's go to the Storm Track 8 racing forecast. Randy Ollis standing by with what we can officially expect weather-wise here in the central part of Indiana.
From Wish TV, your local news source, here's the latest from News 8.
Hey there, racing fans. I'm Randy Ollis, and really not a bad Friday across the area today. We enjoyed some welcome sunshine out there. Should be a nice evening, mostly clear, but kind of chilly. Our 6 o'clock temperature at 44, 8 o'clock tonight temperature at 40, and by 10 o'clock tonight, temperature dropping down to right around 37 degrees, a morning low of 32. Download the Wish TV weather app here. You get live interactive radar and also an hour-by-hour forecast. Have a great evening and a wonderful weekend.
So let's take a look at the weather here in the central part of Indiana right now. Under partly cloudy skies. I like to say partly sunny. I like the sunny part a little bit better. Nevertheless, it's 50 degrees right now. The track condition is fast. And again, those winds from the north-northwest, 5 to 10 miles an hour. Don't think it's going to be as much of a factor as what we saw last night. We saw some blistering first and final quarters on the program last evening. That I don't think will be quite the case this evening. At least they won't be wind aided. There is a look at the longest stretch in harness racing. It's just a little over a quarter of a mile for those of you unfamiliar with the track configuration here at Harrah's Hoosier 7/8 mile track. So we'll start the action midway up the stretch. And then they have just a little under a quarter of a mile of front stretch before they get to the first turn. So that, of course, can also lend to some very fast opening quarters. But on the backside, then the flip side, a long quarter-mile home stretch makes for some very exciting racing.
It certainly does, Steve. And just like we saw in 2017, it certainly lends itself to some upsets as well, as this track can be a little conducive to not only to speed, but as you said, to the trip as well. So looking forward to not only a great night of racing, of course, harness racing's the best of the best right here tonight. And the money is on the line. So we can look forward to some very exciting racing, like you said, and we can typically look forward to some upsets as well.
Yes, it all comes down to the crowd. Welcome a few familiar faces to the broadcast team tonight. We have Peter Lurie back in town again to assist with the broadcast tonight. Gabe Pruitt as well. And then, of course, the man with all the facts, Bob Hollywood Hayden.
The encyclopedia, harness racing's encyclopedia. Always good to have Bob Hollywood Hayden back aboard here at Harrah's Hoosier Park. And like you said, the addition of Peter and Gabe as well. So we're going to be bringing you all sorts of handicapping information, interviews, and looking forward to just a great night of racing. Like we talked about at the top of the show, Steve, some great wagering opportunities on the program tonight as well. We have a number of great wagers offered. We added a pick four sequence, a couple pick four sequences actually. We've got a $20,000 guaranteed mid-card pick four tonight. That's going to be in races 8 through 11. So we got a $20,000 guarantee on that pick four sequence. That's in addition to our regularly scheduled pick four, which is in races 3, 4, 5, and 6. And for those of you pick four players that maybe haven't hit it in the early pick four, the mid card, we've also got a late card pick four. That's in races 12 through 15 tonight. So we're going to guarantee that pool at $40,000. So a great opportunity to get in on the pick four wagering tonight. And if that's not enough, we've also got a $20,000 guarantee to Hoosier High Five. That'll be in the last race of the program, race number 15, 12% reduced takeout with a 20-cent minimum wager and a jackpot pick 6.
With a carryover.
It's actually gotten up there. Steve, you and I have talked about this a little bit. We had some astute handicappers that hit it the last few weeks. So the jackpot pick 6, though, slowly working its way up there, $10,000 in carryover money. That's in races 10 through 15 tonight. So, again, plenty of wagering opportunities. And, Steve, want to make sure that folks know free program available for download tonight for the Breeders' Crown races. So, not very many tracks that offer free past performances, not very many tracks that offer free past performances for their championships events like the Breeders' Crown. So we're encouraging folks not only to wager, but to head to our website, harrishoosierpark.com, click on the racing tab, and you can download a free copy of tonight's 15 race card.
In the age of social distancing, one thing we do want to remind the fans, the back shots you might be seeing throughout the course of the evening. You won't see many people here. This is a ticketed event.
Yes, very much so. And worth mentioning there, like you said, this is a ticketed only event. So in the era of social distancing, like Steve said, we are holding this event at a reduced capacity. Very fortunate that we're able to invite fans, a limited amount of fans and owners, of course, to the property. But we obviously have to do that safely. That's our first priority. So it is a limited availability, or it was limited availability, limited restrictions. But because of that, we're also offering free streaming. So for those folks that are not able to join us, you can head to YouTube, or you can head to Harris Hoosier Park's website, and we are offering a free live streaming of the entire card tonight. So if you can't make it out, or if you weren't able to make it out, I should say, you can check out the live stream available on YouTube.
Okay, very good. So
one other thing I want to mention there,
yes.
Steve, you talked about social distancing, and we just want to remind those folks that are here that masks will be required in the winner's circle. So we've got a lot of owners on property tonight. They're excited to win a big race. You run down to the winner's circle. Don't forget your mask. Masks will be required in the winner's circle, so make sure you mask up.
Okay, very good. And the winner's circle is I guess an addendum, if you will. We have a Breeders' Crown winner's circle down towards the front paddock.
Yeah, so it actually helps with social distancing, but we offered this in 2017.
Right.
It works so well. Sponsored by Victory Hill Farms.
There it is.
Right here in Indiana. So thank you to our sponsors of that winner's circle. But yes, that's where we'll be hosting the Breeders' Crown winners. They'll come down there. So those folks that are on property, want to get up close and personal, you of course can stand there by the fence and see those Breeders' Crown winners. It'll offer a great opportunity to see them up close and personal. And then, as we said, a nice opportunity to social distance. One other thing to mention, Steve, while we're down there, we've also got the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. So this is new for 2020. Right inside our front paddock there, we've got a very nice setup sponsored by Diamond Creek Farms. It's a cupcakes and champagne lounge. So all of the winners of the Breeders' Crown races will be invited to head over there and check out cupcakes and a champagne provided by Diamond Creek Farms in our winners lounge. So very excited to check that out. Actually hosted by Heather Vitale. So if you need a cupcake, you know where to go.
You know where I'll be. So let's dive into the program a bit here. We've got about 18 minutes or so until the first race of the card. Again, we have four finals this evening, starting in the 8th race, the Breeders' Crown for the 2-year-old filly trotters, presented by Brittany Farms. And 8th race, it's a field of 9. Again, we do have that scratch in the 8th race, the 9, you got to believe. Now, the stakes record, 151-4. That's a pretty stout a task there for the fillies going postward this year here, but certainly do have a talented group going postward. Maserati and Lady Chaos, the elimination winners last week here at Hoosier Park on a sloppy track, and I think they'll enjoy the drive fast track this evening here. Maserati has Tim Tetrick aboard this evening. He was the driver last time out. Lady Chaos with Hall of Famer David Miller aboard, and that is where the morning line goes to as far as the the top choice at 5-2.
Yeah, kind of a lukewarm favoritism on her as well. And, going back to Maserati, I really like the way this filly looked in her elimination. She's a big type of filly for a young trotting filly. She's got a big way of going. So I think the Hoosier Park Oval fits her very nicely.
Right.
And I thought Tim Tetrick did a great job of driving her there, just kind of getting a nice spot and then letting her trot down the lane. And it looked like it was a big effort for her. She's won 4 of 9. She's 5-1 on the morning line. And like you said, Lady Chaos, a slight morning line choice there after that elimination win. She, of course, was decisive as well. I actually have my long shot of the program in this 8th race. And I'm going to go to the 2 iteration from the Marcus Melander barn. This filly also has won 5 of 9. Now, she finished 4th in her elimination. She was sent off at 3-1, so she was not favored, but she saw some money there. But she draws to the inside. Last time out, she was put on the front from post position number 5, and I really just think, and not only was it maybe not her night, but that was just not her ideal trip as well. Talked to or listened to Brian Sears after the race, and he said, she oftentimes likes to chase horses, maybe not the best on the front. Now, we've seen her on the front, but that was on the smaller tracks like the New York Sire Stakes circuit as well. So she comes back to Hoosier Park. She was just so decisive in that Kentuckiana win, Steve. And of course, she's a sister to the great Jim Pansy. So she's got the pedigree and she's got the inside post draw here tonight. I really think she'll bounce back. I'm going to go with Iteration as my long shot of the program.
I have a hunch she won't get 6-1 though come post time, because I think you'll have folks will be on your bandwagon as well. There with Iteration, good inside post. I was impressed with Presto in her elimination, as she came from some 7 1/4 lengths out of it early on to lead briefly in the stretch before giving it up at the end to Lady Chaos and driver David Miller. She was second by just 3 parts of a length. She was the beaten favorite there. Yannick Gingras back on the sulky. Post 10 here at Hoosier Park is a trailing starting position. That's something that you'll want to keep in mind. For those of you unfamiliar, again, with Hoosier Park, and 9 horses on the gate, post position 10 and beyond, trailing starters. In fact, at the undercard tonight, we have quite a few 11-horse fields. So that means, of course, there'll be 2 trailing starters. But in the 8th race, Presto will follow out the 1-horse I'm a Diamond Bay. Back to Maserati quickly here. She was an upset winner there last time out. She was sent off at 24-1. And of course, if you were with us last weekend, we saw one of the biggest, in fact, the biggest elimination upset in Breeders' Crown history.
Yeah, we'll get to Continual Lou. She's a little later on in the program as well. Want to real quickly shout out the Indiana Sired filly making the final there. I'm a Diamond Babe and James Yoder off of the rail 30-1. But like I said, get the rail here tonight off of a 5th place finish in their elimination. One of, I believe, 5 Indiana Sired horses racing on tonight's program in the Breeders' Crown.
And Swift Swanda as well in the 8th race, but she draws a tough task here. Tough assignment post 8 tonight, although she from post 4 last week rallied nicely. Now, here's a filly that could take advantage of this home court advantage we talk so often about. She's not intimidated by this long stretch. In fact, she trotted home in 26-2 last week to finish 3rd, only a length off the leader there. So might have a bit of an outside shot here. Trace Tetrick is in the sulky again this evening with the Irv Miller trained fillet.
We talked about my long shot of the program. You actually have your best bet of the program, and I'll be honest, I was giving this horse serious consideration as a best bet because I was so impressed after the elimination last week. Of course, going to the 10th race, speaking of the 2-year-old trotting Colts and Geldings, purse of $600,000 and a competitive field of 10 set to go postward. And like I said, your best bet and the morning line choice, the 5 Venerate.
2-year-old trotting Colts and Geldings presented by Crawford Farms. And I'll be honest, I wasn't quite sure what to do with Venerate. But I like you. I thought he turned in one of the most impressive efforts in all eliminations last week. And he goes gate to wire last time out in 152-2. He just smashed the 2-year-old track record. And Venerate, with driver Andy Miller back in the sulky, certainly has a high turn of speed, but if you look at the past performance lines here, there's a couple of X's there too. That does concern me.
Yeah, he's certainly going to need to mind his manners here, but just like you said, when he minds his manners, he is tough to beat, and we're actually going to show you his elimination where he was so decisive. And of course, sitting on his back there is Captain Corey, who was undefeated heading into the elimination, and Venerate just simply trotted away.
Nearly 2.5. Captain Corey to the inside is gearing up to go from second as they pass three quarters, 125-1. Top of the stretch, they trot for home with Venerate leading. Here comes Captain Corey to the outside, throwing a boot as they pass the eighth pole now. It's Venerate, Captain Corey, still there and still lingering. Final 16th to go. Muscle Dynasty to the inside, but it's Venerate. Venerate answers to the challenge of Captain Corey, and Venerate will win his elimination. He'd won 52-2. I was just blown away. 52-2 by this colt, and he did it so easily. Now, with all that said, may I give you a bit of a backup here in the 10th race?
We will hear accepting the AE.
I really like Delayed Hanover.
You and Bob Hayden. Actually, Bob Hayden made this horse's a best bet of the program. I
Did he
said,
really?
Bob, are you sure you don't mean long shot? He said, nope, best bet of the program.
I really like that colt.
I agree too. And you know what? I think his name fits him so well because he's come on late and he really impressed me. He was actually down in Lexington, watched this horse race down there. And he was one of those horses that was visually impressive. One of those miles that I remember watching down there. So, he's just got 5 starts. He's a bit of a delayed season as far as his 2-year-old campaign is concerned, but I really, really think he's coming in at the right time.
Venerate is probably his own worst enemy. If he self-destructs, it will be Delayed Hanover.
I agree with you completely there in that 10th race.
All right, very good. So I got Bob on my team with Delayed, but I'm going to stick with Venerate. You have to go with Venerate with that big, impressive mile last time out. 12th race, the 2-year-old Pacing Fillies in the Breeders' Crown. It's a $600,000 event in the 12th race, sponsored by Deem, and the stakes record 150-2 for the 2-year-old Pacing Fillies. And here in this field of 10, Scarlet Hanover, second by head last time out. I think she figures in. Firestar Hanover was also the bridesmaid in her elimination.
Yeah, I think this field is wide open. Of course, you mentioned it at the top of the show or just a little earlier. Biggest upset in elimination history came right here in the 2-year-old Pacing Filly ranks last week. That, of course, was with the Continual Lou. 92-1 shot getting up. David Miller opting to go back to a Blue Diamond Eyes from the Ron Burke barn. So Brian Sears picking up the call on Continual Lou off of the rail. JK Always Be a Lady won to her outside, an impressive elimination winner. 151-1 score. Again, I think this 12th race is going to come down to the trip and the drive. I think it's a very, very balanced field of 2-year-old Pacing Fillies.
Had the opportunity to speak with owner Alan Katz yesterday, and he likes his chances with JK Always Be a Lady with Yannick Gingras, as they were the elimination winner last time out at 5-1. Good inside post there, but I'm with you. I think this 12th race could see some value, could see an upset.
I thought it was interesting. The 14th race is probably the matchup of the night, if you will. Maybe harness racing fans have been following along. We've got the 2-year-old Pacing Colts and Geldings, and a phenomenal field, but a perfect matchup between Perfect Sting and Southwind Gentry. Morning line choice going to the 2 Perfect Sting, who comes in undefeated in 9 starts from the Joe Holloway barn. David Miller in the sulky. Southwind Gentry, the other elimination winner, won to his outside. Steve, talking about the eliminations last week, I had a hard time separating these two as far as both impressed me, maybe in different ways, but were equally impressive in their eliminations.
They certainly were. And Southwind Gentry, of course, has experience here at Hoosier Park. He was the elevation winner back on the 25th of September, but just by about that much. It was very close to the line there with Southwind Gentry in that Grand Circuit event earlier in the season. And we're going to go back to last week's elimination when Southwind Gentry a little bit more decisive. They arrive at the 3/4 mile marker. Perfect Sting is there first as they pass the 3/4, 124.3. They make the turn, racing for home. Perfect Sting. The Mickey Colt has a lead a length and a half to the outside, and chasing in a second. It's Summa Cum Laude, and down along the pylons, Bayfield Beach as T-Trick looks for the inside lane. Between horses, always a Mickey. Now less than a 16th to go, and it's Perfect Sting. Perfect Sting opens up, and Perfect Sting, a handy winner in Breeders' Crown eliminations in 150-4. Well, obviously that was Perfect Sting, not Southwind Gentry, but she was equally as impressive as she drew away with a final quarter of 26-1 in her elimination win with driver David Miller. And then Southwind Gentry, also a 3-length winner in his elimination win with a final quarter of 25-4. Caviar Lotus is next, and coming to the outside, it's Brookview Bullet from 7th. They reach the 3/4 mile marker, 125-1. They're in the stretch, headed home to the Breeders' Crown eliminations with Southwind Gendry leading for home. To the outside, JK going west. He's gapping badly there. Caviar Lotus coming off his back and down to the inside. It's Captain's Place moving up between horses. Literal Lad Hanover, final 16th. Southwind Gendry, he's well in hand. Southwind Gendry, he'd 151. So both elimination winners with coming in with 9 seasonal victories. Perfect Sting, however, undefeated.
I thought it was interesting, though, last week we saw a little different dimension of Southwind Gendry. You talked about him racing at Hoosier Park. He used every inch of the stretch to get up in that elevation win.
Right.
And so he came from off the pace. We typically seen this horse race off the pace, and then last week he switched it up, really showed his versatility, which I think is what you want to see when you're going up against a horse like Perfect Sting. So, when you talk about matchups, you talk about the Breeders' Crown, this is really what it all comes down to. You talk about divisional honors. Obviously, both of these two colts are just phenomenal in their own regard. And they going to square off here, and we're going to see who is the best of the best in tonight's 14th race.
Okay, very good. So those are the 4 finals on the program tonight on Breeders' Crown 2020. Races 8, 10, 12, and 14. Tomorrow night, of course, we'll see the 3-year-olds and the older horses as well.
Yeah, races 8 through 15 tonight. So, or tomorrow night, rather. So the Breeders' Crown race is starting in race 8 both nights, Steve. Estimated post time of about 8:25. So, like you said, tonight, 8, 10, 12, and 14. Tomorrow night, races 8 through 15.
Okay, anything else that we've missed?
Real quickly, we talked about your best bets. You've got your long shot in the 5th race tonight. 5th race, horse number 8, Shishito.
Shishito, this one here, last time out, Shishito here at Hoosier Park in the Circle City went gate to wire from post 7 with Yannick Gingras in that $25,000 event, the second one of the season, 152-2, but that was after a 51 mile down at Lexington. Now 9-2 here in the 5th race tonight. This trotter by trotting filly by Father Patrick, I think, is really starting to shine now. And she does have some, it is a tough group. It's not going to be a walk of the park for Shishito, but again, that gate to wire effort really caught my eye. And now with that one start under her belt over the Hoosier Park Oval, I like the chances for Shishito.
I'm going to go to Mystical Carry as my best bet of the program tonight. That's race 13, horse number 4. If nothing else, she was so impressive last week. She deserves the recognition tonight. So I'm going to make her my best bet of the program. But just a phenomenal card. It was honestly hard to find a best bet tonight.
It was. It certainly was. And she was impressive, to say the least, in that last start. So a big shout out to her and her connections. Well, as you can see, the horses are making their way onto the track for this evening's first race. If you have just arrived, welcome. It's Breeders' Crown 2020 here at Harrah's Hoosier. If you're here to play the early double, you're just in time. There are no changes in the early double tonight. And for Emily Gaskin and the rest of the broadcast team, thanks for joining us. We trust you'll enjoy your evening here at Harrah's Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. Hoosier Park Post Parades presented by Diamond Creek Farm. Horses on the track for the first. It's the Johnny Jameson Memorial. A field of 11 going to the post. The one is Sadie's Art, Alma Mitchell Standardbreds, and Neil Goldstein with Brandon Bates. 2, Duwaz Boy, Tara Garrett, the owner, Chris Page aboard. The 3 horses, Messy. MM&D Racing of Illinois, the owner, Sam Woodger drives. 4, Surreal Art, owned by the Beach Stable of New Jersey, Trace Tetrick. 5, The Optimist. Casey Leonard drives for Rachel Leonard of Anderson. 6, Rock and Roll High, owned by Jabrickle Racing with Kyle Wolfong. 7, Bayrum, Perry Smith, the owner, Peter Wren Drives. 8, Son of a Sizzle, owned by Tara Garrett, Joey Putnam. 9, Tiber Tyke, Brian Carsey, Casey Myers, the owners, Matt Kruger aboard. 10, Best Man Hanover, Perry Smith, the owner, Lorraine Miller in the bike. And the 11, Samplaya, Tim Clevenger, the owner, John DeLong, is in the sulky. Field of 11, 2 trailing starters here in the first exacta trifecta, superfecta, early double, and the start of the early pick 5. And a claim entered in the first race. The 7, Bayrum, has been claimed. 1 minute. Starter calls. Gate rolling. It's post time at Harrah's Hoosier. Field of 11 enters the stretch for the start. They're at the post. And they're off and pacing it off stride at the start, Sadie's Art. Out of the center of the track, Surreal Art is away quickly. For the far outside, it's Tiber Tyke. Messi is out in third. Some player coming through fourth as they head to the first turn. The Optimist is fifth. Bay Rum follows along sixth. Doo-Wah Boy racing into seventh as they enter the first turn. Best Man Hanover is next in eighth. Then it's Son of a Sizzle. They reach the first quarter, 27-1. As they make the turn to the backstretch, Rock and Roll High is a 10th, and the trailer now back pacing is Sadie's Art. So they're on the backstretch, moving to the lead. Surreal Art by a length, but dashing up on the outside comes Messi. And Messi is right there to tangle early with Surreal Art. Meantime, Tiber Tyke back on the inside is third. Fourth along the pylons, it's Some Playa, followed by the Optimist in fifth. He's out and moving now, grabbing that moving cover, Bay Rum, and also on the move, Doo-Wah Boy. Then comes Best Man Hanover. The field tightens up here as they pass the half in 56-1. Earplugs out on Messi as Widger looks for a response from him. He leads by just a neck. To his outside is the Optimist as Leonard has him first over, followed by Bay Rum, who's well placed by Wren. He's second over third. Surreal Art trapped on the inside is fourth. And the blocked in fifth, it's Tiber Tyke. To his outside, Doo-Wah Boy. Top of the stretch, they pass 3/4 in 1:25-3. And to the outside, the Optimist has taken the lead. To the Optimist, a nose and neck, now a length by 2. Messi to the inside gives way. Outside Bay Rum, down on the pylons. Here comes Surreal Art with a burst of speed. Less than a 16th ago. Bay Rum on the outside, taking command. Surreal Art on the inside. It's Bay Rum. Bay Rum wins the opener in 1:52-2. Surreal Art up for second. The Optimist was third with Messi. Judges posting the unofficial order of finish. Winner number 7, Bay Rum. Second, the 4, Surreal Art. Third, number 5, the Optimist. And fourth, the 3, Messi. 7, 4, 5, 3. Please hold all tickets until the results are official. Returning at trackside to the Victory Hill Farms winner's circle. Victory Hill Farms, where the road to victory begins. Winner of the first, it's Bay Rum, a 7-year-old Indiana sire to son of Real Desire. Had a marvelous Melissa by Blissful Hall. Perry Smith of Crete, Illinois, the owner-trainer. Peter Wren, the winning driver. 7th win of the season, 27th career win for Bay Rum. Winning time 1:52 and 2 in the Johnny Jameson Memorial. It's official. No changes in the upcoming second race. Pick 3 wagering in races 2, 3, and 4. The winner returning $5.60 to win, $2.80 to place, $2.40 to show. The official results from the top Sadie's Art 11, Duwas Boy 9, Messi 4, Surreal Art 2. The Optimist was 3rd. Rock and Roll High 10, Bay Rum the winner, Son of a Sizzle 8, Timer Tech 5, Best Man Hanover 6, and Some Playa 7. Top down 11, 9, 4, 2, 3, 10, 1, 8, 5, 6, and 7.
Well, good afternoon, good evening to everyone watching wherever you happen to be. Friday night at the Breeders' Crown. It's Breeders' Crown 2020. It is my honor to be here alongside my partner in crime, Emily Gaskin. Emily, all I can say is the weather gods have cooperated.
They certainly have, Peter. The sun is shining. Well, starting to go down now, but just a beautiful evening for a phenomenal 15 race card. A stark contrast to what we saw in 2017.
Is it fair to say over the 2 nights we could be seeing not only some new track records, maybe some records in general, but I'm also thinking a lot of Horse of the Year implications?
Yes, I certainly agree. You know, I said on the show earlier this week, if the eliminations are any indication what we're in store for the finals, we are in for just a great 2 nights of racing. Of course, $6 million in purses, like you said, year-end honors on the line. And of course, just looking forward to from start to finish. We just saw a great first race as well. So not only the great Breeders' Crown races tonight, of course, we're featuring the 2-year-old events tonight. We come back tomorrow tomorrow with the 3-year-old and open events as well, but a phenomenal undercard as well.
Not the Super Bowl for nothing, my friends. And if this is your first time, wherever you happen to be, you're going to see quite a show. But also, for those who couldn't be here and are unfortunate about it, there are a lot of opportunity ways to see it.
There really are, and I'm glad you mentioned that. We're hosting the Breeders' Crown this year in a limited capacity, reduced capacity, so we want to welcome those folks that are joining us, those folks that weren't able to make the trip or secure tickets. You can certainly head to YouTube, and we are offering a free live high-definition stream of tonight and tomorrow night's card. So simply head to the YouTube. You can head to harrishoosierpark.com, also click on the link. And if that's not enough, Peter, we've also got free program available for tonight and tomorrow as well. So plenty of opportunity to follow along.
I got to go get one of those. We've also got pick fours. Remember, races 8 and races 12. Go ahead, ask me if I've already played.
Did you already play? And race 3.
And race 3. Of course I played. All right. Well, we're just getting started here, folks. For everybody watching around the globe, thank you so much for being with us, for the drivers, the trainers, the owners, the breeders, and you, the fans. On behalf of everybody here at Harris Hoosier Park, welcome to Breeders' Crown 2020.
Wherever harness racing's most important stakes races are held, from the East to the Midwest to Lexington to Ontario, you'll likely see a racehorse bred by Brittany Farms in the winner's circle. Brittany's focus on quality over quantity has made the farm not one of the largest breeders, just the best, everywhere.
Bugler J. Elsmore with the call to post, race 2. It's the Ariana G. 4-3 trotting fillies. One is Spirit of Deo, owned by the stable Spirit of Deo of Ontario, Anthony McDonald, the driver. 2, Lights Down Low. Trent Stoller stable, Tim Graber and Ben Graber, the owners. John DeLong drives. 3, Bella Magnifica, owned by Wilfong and the Goose Island stable, Kyle Wilfong driving. 4, Woodside Dayton Diva, owned by the Irv Miller stable, and Robert McCormick with Trace Tetrick. 5, Champagne on Ice. Amos Loninger, the owner. Chris Page drives. The 6, Miss Smead, owned by the H Racing stable with Gerald Miller. 7, Skyway Tenacious. Peter Wren aboard for Wren Racing of Carmel. The 8 is Swans Little Lorry, owned by Beaver, Robinson, Miola, and RBH Ventures, Tyler Smitha. The 9, Faba, Finn Racing of Newton, Illinois, the owner, Jared Finn in the bike. And the 10, Swan Beauty, owned by Miller, Boggs Creek Stable, Never Too Late Stable in Whitmer, Lil Wayne Miller in the Sulky Exacta Trifecta Superfecta Pick 3 Wagering. 1 minute. Horses approaching the starting gate. Second race trotting fillies lining up, moving in. Field of 10 approaching the start. They're at the post, and they're off and trotting in the Ariana G. From the front side, Deswan's Little Lori going for the lead. Skyway Tenacious right there alongside. Lights Down Low is out in third. Spirit of Deo comes away fourth. Swan Beauty trotting out in fifth. Bella Magnifica is next. Woodside Dayton Diva coming away in seventh. Then comes Champagne on Ice trotting eighth. Miss Smead is ninth, and the trailer is Faba. The quarter was 27-4. Tyler Smith has Deswan's Little Lori in the clear here, but not for long. Up on the outside to take the lead now. It's Lights Down Low. Lights Down Low clearing to the front, taking command, and here comes Spirit of Deo on the outside. From third to second, and now McDonald will send her right to the front. The Trixton filly clears. Spirit of Deo now leading as they approach the half. Lights Down Low, back of the inside, trots in second. Deswan's Little Lori has been relegated to third. Skyway Tenacious continues fourth. Swan Beauty mid-pack fifth. Bella Magnifica trotting in sixth. They trot onto the far turn off a half and 56-4. It's Spirit of Deo leading by a length and a half. Lights Down Low is gearing up to come second, and to the inside to third. It's Deswan's Little Lori. Skyway Tenacious right there at the hunt fourth. Swan Beauty down to the inside, locked in fifth. Bella Magnifica coming to the outside, flushed by Champagne on Ice. She has a lot of work to do. From sixth, they reach three quarters in 125-3. They're in the stretch. Spirit of Deo leads for home. The lead is now 2.5, nearly 3. Lights Down Low has no answer. Skyway Tenacious will drop down in. Out of the center of the track is Deswan's Little Lori. Less than a 16th, Spirit of Deo. Spirit of Deo is out there by some 4. And Spirit of Deo, open length winner in the Ariana G in 154 1/5. Unofficial winner, the 1, Spirit of Deo. Second, the 7, Skyway Tenacious. Third, number 4, Woodside Dayton Diva. Fourth, the 2, Lights Down Low. 1742. Winner's Circle assistant Kristen Shetler bringing back the winner of the second Spirit of Deo, winner of the Ariana G in 154.1. The 3-year-old filly by Trixton is owned by the stable, the Spirit of Deo of Ontario. Irv Miller trains Anthony McDonald, the winning driver. Fifth win of the season for Spirit of Deo. The second is official. Spirit of Deo returning $6 to win, $5.60 and $4. The exacta $103.20. Trifecta $510.80. Early double $22.20. Second race superfecta $2 super $2,759. Upcoming third race, it's a field of 11, folks. A field of 11 in the third. There are no changes. Race 3 starts the pick 4. Second race results, Spirit of Deo, the winner. Lights Down Low, 4. Bella Magnifica, 8. Woodside Dayton Diva, 3. Champagne and Ice, 6. Miss Smead, 9. Skyway Tenacious, 2. Deswan's Little Lori, 5. Faba, 10. And Swan Beauty, 7. Recheck 1, 4, 8, 3, 6, 9, 2, 5, 10, 7.
Third race kicks off the pick 4 on this first night of Breeders' Crown 2020. It is a difficult pick 4, just like I think it's about every race is tonight. Let's get right into it. I've got a $48 ticket for you to take a look at to see how my selections line up with who you like. Here in the third race, I used 4 horses. I started with the 1 horse, 7 Times a Charm. Still looking for that first win of the year. Does have 4 seconds and 4 thirds, been competing against the very best in Indiana Sire Stake action, 4th in the Circle City Stakes in her last start. Only got beat less than 2 lengths. Gets the inside post tonight. John DeLong aboard. This horse, I think, figures in here. It's a wide open race, and I'm going to give 7 Times a Charm a selection on my ticket. And then I'm going to go with the morning line favorite and the favorite on the tote board as I look out at it at 2-1. Number 3, Kicking Up My Heels. This horse has won $52,000 with 2 wins this year. Was 4th in the Super Finals here a couple of weeks ago. Before that, has been competing in just about all sire stake action. Tonight, dropping down to that 9 winners of 4. It's still a tough condition, but Kicking Up My Heels drops a little bit in class, and that's enough for me to put her on my ticket. Also, She's Got It Going On. Here's a horse we haven't seen since August, coming off 1 qualifier, but this horse has an incredible amount of speed. We'll see how far she can carry that speed this evening. Chris Page drives her trainer, Krista Harmon. Going to be interesting to see how this one, how she does. I know she's got a lot of talent. It looks like she's maybe have had some physical problems, but we'll see tonight. It's a great qualifier, and we'll see if she's got the stamina to take it all the way this evening. And then in the third race, going to wind up with number 10, Cheek Please. This horse has been competing against really tough condition horses, open condition horses. Beaten the neck last week, about 5 or 6 lengths the week before that. Won the week before that. 5 wins out of 14 starts and 41,000 earnings. Comes from the second tier, but I think this horse has got a shot. Taking a little bit of money, 4-1 as I look out at the tote board. In the fourth race, going to use 3 horses. They're all on the inside, starting with the 1 horse, Roll With Me at 2-1. Here's a horse that was in the Super Finals in her last start, got beat a couple lengths. Again, another one that's dropping down in class tonight to a non-winners of 2. It's a long way from these that Super Finals to the 9 winners of 2, and that's why this horse is 2-1 in the morning line. Sam Widger drives for trainer Walter Haynes Jr. And then I'm going to use the 2, a long shot, Bobcat Bay. Here's a horse making his way up from the claiming ranks. We've been competing in 9 winners of 4 to be claimed, but it's been doing very, very well. A bunch of first, thirds, and seconds, and going to try straight 9 winners of 2 tonight. It's got the speed. We'll see if that move up in class, if he can make that jump. We'll find out tonight. And then the 3, Major Desire, 8-1 in the morning line. It was in the 9 winners of 2 last week, went off 9-2, got beat less than 2 lengths, came out of the 7 hole, was charging at the end. Does have 2 wins out of 12 starts this year, won the week before that. I think this horse got an inside post position in a wide open race, 8-1. I put him on my ticket. So in the fourth race, 1, 2, and 3, horses are coming out for introductions and post parade. We'll look at races 5 and 6 in just a minute.
Horses parading to the post for the third race. The colors of Virgin Pace for fillies and mares, field of 11. 1 is 7 Times a Charm. Jay DeLong of Clinton, Wisconsin, the owner. John DeLong driving. 2, Baby Let's Roll. Tom Weigel, the owner. Joey Putnam. 3, Kicking Up My Heels. Tim Tetrick drives for T. Tetrick. 4 is Always Nadia. Greg Napier, the owner. Brandon Bates up. 5, She's Got It Going On. Held by Krista and Don Harmon of Jackson, Michigan. Chris Page gets the call. The 6, Odds On Madison. Owned by Dana Parham's Odds On Racing of Boca Raton, Florida. Peter Wren. 7, MJ's Riggins Rebel. Mike Hollenbeck and Jeremy Bybee, the owners. Trace Tetrick. 8, Bet Your Bottom Dollar. Judy Lunsford and Shirley Levin, the owners. Tyler Smith drives. Nine is Rockin' by the Beach, owned by the Black and White Stable of Milroy. Sam Widger driving. Here's the 10, Cheek Please, owned by Jay Hostetler and Finkelberg Racing of Mississippi. James Yoder in the bike. And the 11, Always Rock with Roll. Ellen Eldevisser of Holland, Michigan, the owner. Jared Seekman in the sulky. Exacta Trifecta is Superfecta Pick 4 wagering.
Continuing with our analysis of the pick 4 in the 5th race, going to use 4 horses in here also. Had to use a lot of horses to come up with a pick 4 ticket this evening. That's how tough these races look. In the 5th race, I started with number 2, Sister Sledge, coming out of the Ron Burke barn. David Miller drives. Only got beat 3 lengths in the Breeders' Crown eliminations last week. Went off 12-1. Horses won over $284,000 this year. Favorite on the morning line. I can see why. Just didn't quite make the finals. Sister Sledge probably will be your favorite in the 5th race, but by no means do I think she's a lock. I used 3 other horses. I started with another one. The 6th horse I used also. A 20-1 shot. Kiki Mora was second in this elimination. In the Circle City Stakes last week. Went off 11-1 there. Trotted in 53 flat. This horse got a couple wins and 88,000 in earnings. I know it's 20-1, but I think this horse got a shot for trainer Christopher Beaver with Scott Zeron aboard. And the horse right next to her, Guinevere Hall, the 7 horse, 4-5 last start in the Circle City Stakes. Finished second, just couldn't get by the winner in that race, who was Shishido. Guinevere Hall going to try to make amends this evening. 8 wins out of 10 starts with a second. Has done very little wrong. Has won over $311,000. What a year so far for Guinevere Hall. Then I'm going to finish up in the 5th race with number 10, A Fancy Face. Another one that was in the Circle City Stakes. Finished 4th, got beat 3 lengths, went off 2-1. Won 6 out of 13 starts this year, 200,000 in earnings. Coming from the 2nd tier, I still think this horse has got a big shot in here. Chris Page drives for trainer Ron Burke. And then in the 6th race, going to use 2 horses. Almost singled in the 6th race. Really like the 1 horse, the favorite. Fool's Desire on the rail, number 1. Dexter Dunn drives for trainer Peter Redder, coming off a big win at 3-5 in that race over at Dayton. Moves up in class just a little bit, just a tad, to 9 winners of 3,000. We saw this horse. Last time we saw this horse was 9 winners of 5,000 here at Hoosier Park. So the drop to 3,000 should not bother him at all. From the rail, Fool's Desire, I think is going to be the favorite. I think it's got a big shot. And then I'm going to use the horse right behind him. 15-1 shot. The Thunder Rolls. The Thunder Rolls coming out of a 9 winners of 2,000 last week. Came on strong, finished second, got beat less than 2 lengths. They went in 50-4. Source knows how to win. 4 races, 1 out of 27 starts, 13 out of 47 lifetime. The Thunder Rolls. He'll be coming at the end. Probably will follow the 1 horse. We'll see if he's got enough to get there. So my pick 4 looks like this. In the 3rd race, going to go with the 1, 3, 5, 10. 4th race, 1, 2, 3. 5th race, 2, 6, 7, 10. In the 6th race, 1 and 10. $48 is the investment. More than I normally spend, but I think it's warranted on this great Breeders' Crown evening.
60 seconds to post time. They're at the gate. Gate's moving. Third race pacers enter the stretch for the start. Field of 11. Ready, set. And they're off and pacing. From the center of the pack, she's got it going on. From the outside, odds on Madison. 7 times a charm is away third. Kicking up my heels, coming away fourth. Baby, let's roll. Next in fifth. Cheek Please pacing through sixth. Always Rock with Roll with early position seventh. Always Nadia is next in eighth. Then it's MJ's Riggins Rebel, followed by Bet Your Bottom Dollar. And Rockin' by the Beach. Opening quarter was 26-4 as they round the first turn. On the back stretch they go, and Wren has odds on Madison in the clear by a length here. 7 times a charm, challenging quickly to the outside. 7 times a charm, throttles up to take the lead. Odds on Madison on the inside is now second. She's got it going on right there in third. Kicking up my heels, follows along in fourth. Cheek Please brought to the outside is underway from fifth. Baby Let's Roll and traffic issues there. Always Rock with Roll follows. The half is 55-1 as they step onto the far turn. 7 times a charm maintains her lead there of a length and a half. Odds on Madison on the inside is second. Here's Kicking Up My Heels and Timmy Tetrick on the outside. First up, challenging third. She's got it going on is blocked fourth. On her back, Baby Let's Roll to her outside. Cheek Please, Always Rock with Roll. And down to the inside, it's Always Nadia. Past 3/4 at 123-1. Top of the stretch, they make the turn. 7 times a charm has the lead 2. Odds on Madison on the inside. Chasing in second. She's got it going on. Picking up speed on the outside for Chris Page. They've less than an eighth of a mile to go. And here comes the gray. She's got it going on as she paces away for the field. Odds on Madison into the passing lane. 7 times a charm there. She's got it going on in 150-4. 7 times a charm was second. Odds on Madison third. Unofficial winner number 5. She's got it going on. Second to 1. 7 times a charm. Third number 6. Odds on Madison. Fourth the 11. Always Rock with Roll. 5-1-6-11. Returning at trackside to the Victory Hill Farms winner's circle, winner of the third. The colors of Virgin for fillies and mares. It's the 5 She's Got It Going On. A 4-year-old Indiana sired, daughter of Tell It Like It Is, out of Daisy Dukes by Admiral's Galley, hence the gray. Homebred is owned by Krista and Don Harmon of Jackson, Michigan. Krista Harmon trains. Chris Page, the winning driver. Second win of the season. It's a record mile for She's Got It Going On. Humble winner in 150 and 4. The third is official, upcoming a 4th race. Field of 11, no changes. Race 4. Starting a pick 3. Winner returning $8.40 to win, $6.40 and $4. Exact at $34.40. Trifecta $136 even. $2 superfecta $2,330.40. Third results 7 times a charm 2. Baby Let's Roll 5. Kicking Up My Heels 11. Always Nadia 7. She's Got It Going On, the winner. Odds on Madison 3. MJ's Riggins Rebel 6. Bet Your Bottom $10. Rockin' by the Beach 8. Cheek Please 9. Always Rock with Roll 4. Check back for the top 2, 5, 11, 7, 1, 3, 6, 10, 8, 9, 4.
We're joined in the back paddock by Mr. Trace Tetrick. And Trace, 2017, Hoosier Park got the Breeders' Crown for the first time. Tell us what that experience was like.
It was great. First time we could have the Super Bowl at our backyard. And luckily enough, I was able to participate in it that year.
And you won a couple, too. Tell us about, take us back to Blazing Britches, winning the 3-year-old filly pace.
She had a great year that year. She was second in the Jugette. And going into the final here, elimination wasn't that great. But we were good enough to come back for the final, and we drew great in the final. And muddy track, we were able to get away third, move back to the front, and kind of cut our own fractions, and was able to help hold everybody off.
Before the race, did you expect $50 bill to be in the winner's circle at the Crown?
I thought he had a legitimate chance to get there. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, this year, tonight, 8th race, 14th race. Swift Swanda for Erg Miller. What about the chances there?
You know, I think she's really coming into form right now. I wish we drew a little bit better, but we didn't. And so hopefully everything works out. You know, I think she's trending forward. You know, if it has a little luck, I think she can show up there late.
And Swan Farrell won a couple in 2017. He's kind of shown that he can go with the big boy as a stallion, right?
Yeah, you know, like here in Indiana, like he's what you need. I think he produces winners and horses show speed, and they're very tough and durable.
How about Brian Brown, Bayfield Beach in the 14th? Tough field there.
Tough group. You know, we got to get by the Sting Colt. You know, I think if everything goes well, we get a check at the end. I think it'll be a good day.
A lot of drivers here haven't driven here as often as you, obviously. Is there any home field advantage for you tonight?
I would say yes, but, you know, they're all such good horses and great drivers. You know, everybody knows where to be at the right time.
Trace, good luck tonight, tomorrow night, and continued success.
Hey, thank you.
Captain Treacherous, North America's dominant pacing stallion. Captain Fillies were 1, 2, 3 in the 2019 two-year-old Breeders' Crown,
Reflect with me, 150 and 3.
as well as the 2020 Mistletoe Chalet.
Reflect with me, then Lion Sentinel, then Rocknificent, 149.
The captain sired half of the 2020 Meadowlands pace starters, including Alleywag Hanover,
Alleywag Hanover again.
standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Pictures for the fourth race, the Beckham's Z-Tam pace on the track field of 11. One roll with time, by Jeff Ott Racing, Brian Carsey and Casey Myers, Sam Widger driving. 2, Bobcat Bay, Nancy and Donwa Salami the owners, Brandon Bates the driver. 3, Major Desire, Shirley Levin the owner with John DeLong. 4, Silver Stars Flash, by DNR Racing, stable of Benton, Kentucky, Joey Putnam drives. 5, Talline Big Rigs, Maynard Miller the owner, Lowain Miller driving. 6, Odds on Brexit, Odds on Racing the owner, Peter Wren. Mike Osting drives the 7, Fools Rush In for owners Connie Hostetler, Mary Budding, and Janet Schwartz. The 8 When I Stop Dreaming. Jared Finn drives for Finn Racing and Allison Meinhardt. 9 is Frankie Park. Rocker Ruffalo, Craig Henderson, and Jennifer Rizzo, the owners. Ricky McCumber drives. 10, Hillcrest Dynamite. Michelle Weinman, the owner. Jordan Ross to the bike. 11, Caribbean King, by Richard Leonard. And Every Night LLC of Chicago, Casey Leonard in the sulky. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta. It's a mid-card double and the pick 3 wagering. 1 minute. Gates moving. Fourth race, Pacers field of 11 approaching the start. All set. And they're off and pacing. Good start for the field here. Odds on Brexit, first to go. From the outside, When I Stop Dreaming. And widest of all, it's Frankie Park. Bobcat Bay comes away fourth. Talon Big Rigs in tight quarters there fifth. Fools Rush In gapping away sixth as they head to the first turn. Roll with Time is away sluggishly in seventh. Then comes Hillcrest Dynamite, followed by Silver Stars Flash and Major Desire Caribbean King at the back of the pack. Can see them all off a quick opening quarter time, 26 seconds flat there on the backstretch now. And moving to the front, it's Frankie Park. So Frankie Park secures the lead, kicks away by 2. Odds on Brexit of the inside, follows in the second. When I Stop Dreaming along the inside to third. And rushing up on the outside at Town Line Big Rigs there to challenge the leaders as they arrive at the halfway point. They're at the half in 53 and 4. Frankie Park leads it to the upper turn. Odds on Brexit still there to the inside, waiting in second. And a long overland trip there for Town Line Big Rigs. He's grinding it out, but stalled in third. Fools Rush In alongside. That's When I Stop Dreaming, who's locked in. Fools Rush In is second over. Bobcat Bay, sixth to the inside. Roll with Time going back to the pack behind a retreating cover. And Hillcrest Dynamite down to the inside, reaching three quarters in 1:22 and 1. And in the clear, Frankie Park as he leads for home. But odds on Brexit is tracking closely as Wren waits for inside seam. On the outside, racing to third now. Fools Rush In. Frankie Park beginning to labor a bit. Odds on Brexit down into the passing lane. Here's Roll with Time with late pace. Fools Rush In closing in. It's Odds on Brexit coming through. Odds on Brexit wins at 151. Unofficial winner number 6, Odds on Brexit. Place photo. Finishing as second, the 9, Frankie Park. Third, number 1, Roll with Time. Fourth, the 7, Fools Rush In. 6, 9, 1, 7. Returning to the winner's circle, winner of the Beckham's Z-Tam Pace, it's odds-on Brexit. A 3-year-old Indiana sire to Solid Rocket Image out of You Are It BB by Always a Virgin. Owned by Diana Parham's Odds On Racing of Boca Raton, Florida. Melanie Wren trains, Peter Wren drives. Second win of the season, a record score here for Odds On Brexit. Home a winner in 151. It's official. Coming up, race 5. It's the Pegasus for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Field of 11. Field of 11 in the 5th, no changes. The winner returning $22.60 to win $5.40 and $4. The exacta $178, trifecta $583.60, $2 superfecta $1,951.80. 4th results from the top of the programs roll with time 3, Bobcat Bay 6, Major Desire 5, Silver Stars Flash 8, Talon Big Rigs 11, Odds on Brexit the winner. Fools Rush In 4, When I Stop Dreaming 9, Frankie Park 2, Hillcrest Dynamite 10, Caribbean King 7. Top down 3, 6, 5, 8, 11, 1, 4, 9, 2, 10, 7.
Captive audience on the outside of Discover the best in North American standardbred racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park. But Tetrick's got the motors with the highest daily average purses in North America, racing 4 nights a week and an industry-leading stakes program. Woodbine Mohawk Park offers the most opportunities to win. Rushes up on the far outside. Join the growing ranks of owners from all over the globe and race with us at the #1 standardbred racetrack in North America.
You were born to this place, a land of brilliant sunshine and long days that push deep into night. Feed the wolf.
Welcome back, everyone. It is Breeders' Crown 2020, Friday night here at beautiful Harrah's Hoosier Park, and it is my pleasure to be with my partner in crime, Emily Gaskin. Emily, we're looking at the Pegasus 3-year-old filly trotters here in race number 5.
We've seen some great wagering action, some great racing action as well. We've seen a little bit of everything too, Peter. We saw some favorites get the job done. Also saw some long shots. I believe we were just talking about 22-1 or $22 horse in that last race.
That was an overlay that I think should never have happened. But for those of you who were smart enough to get your wager down, congratulations. Let's talk about the race here, Em. We got 11 going here, an even money favorite on the 2 Sister Sledge. I did include in the pick 5s and pick 4s, but I did not put on top.
Yeah, same here. A little bit of a question mark for me. I mean, obviously, trotting home in 26-3 in her elimination, certainly nothing to shake a stick at. She raced well, but didn't make it into the final. My concern was that 11th place finish in the Kentucky Futurity final. She looks like maybe not as sharp as she was a few starts ago. Of course, we saw her in the moneymaker here at Harrah's Hoosier Park, and she finished second to a stablemate Crucial. Now, she does get favorable post position here, and the Ron Burke barn has been very hot as of late.
I have a long shot here in the card. My long shot is here. Unfortunately, the bettors seem to like this horse too. Number 8, Shishido, 9-2 on the line, 3-1 was 5-2 a moment ago. I don't think it'll go as favorite, but I believe will be second choice.
Yeah, I really like Shishido here. I also really like Guinevere Hall. I know we'll talk about these fillies here in just a little bit as they make their way out onto the track. But a very competitive field, as you said, a field of 11. That always makes things interesting, not only just in the racing, but especially when you're talking about trotting a filly. So 2 trailing starters here at Hoosier Park with post 10 and 11. So lots to choose from as we've got a 6-5 favorite on the 2.
Not the 3 divisions you see sometimes in the Scandinavian countries. Sometimes it's a wall of them, but it'll be interesting to see the navigation early in the race. Horses coming out on the track, $60,000 on the line. The fillies, the trotters, the Pegasus.
Globetrotters on the track for the fifth, Hoosiers fifth. It's the Pegasus for three of the fillies. $60,000 purse. One is Pretzel Party owned by Denise Dennis and John Johansson. Sam Widger driving. The two Sister Sledge, Burke Racing, Melillo, J&T, Silva, Perlin Libby, and the Weaver Buscemi. The owners, David Miller drives. 3, Sans Default, owned by Burke Racing, Crawford Farms, J&T, Silva, Perlin Libby, and Weaver Buscemi with Matt Kikele. The 4, Lovely Hall, Renee Burkery, the owner, Tim Tetrick driving. 5, Lima Gold, Matthew Miller, the owner, Brian Sears up. 6, Kikimora, owned by Sandra Burnett and Chris Beaver with Scott Zeron. The 7, Guinevere Hall, owned by Empty Pocket Stables and David McDuffie for Peter Wren. The 8, Shishido, Black Horse Racing and John Fielding, the owners, Yannick Jingra up. 9, Sweet Shirley May, owned by Money Market Breeders of New York with Dexter Dunn. 10 is a Fancy Face, Burke Racing, Hatfield Stables, J&T, Silva, Perlin and Libby, and Weaver Buscemi, the owners. Chris Page drives. And the 11 is Globetrotting, owned by the Stable Globetrotting of Ontario, Trace Tetrick in the Sulky. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta wagering, no changes in the fifth.
Two minutes out to our fifth, of course, the Pegasus we've just talking about. Peter Lurie alongside Emily Gaskin. And Emily, the wagering right now, it's looking like a three-horse race, but so far tonight, that doesn't seem to be the case. I say tread lightly if you got that opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, especially in a field like this. Obviously, like we talked about, Sister Sledge, heavily favored right now at 7-5. But honestly, I'm going to play against and try for a little bit of price, getting 5-2 on Shishido. But I'll tell you, I really like Guinevere Hall. This 3-year-old filly by Cash Hall from the Melanie Wren barn. She's won 8 of 10, was just on a tear on the Ohio Sire Stakes circuit. Also down at Lexington as well. Last time out in the Circle City, finished second. Thought she'd be just maybe a touch trooper, but she did trot in 152 and 3 last quarter in 27 seconds. So hard to ask a filly to trot any harder than that, specifically here at Hoosier Park. She draws a little bit to the outside, but again, I think this filly, based on winning experience alone, she's been super sharp all season long.
And the Wolf has been incredibly strong this week. He's been winning in bunches, so I would say why not? Looking for another winner on tonight's card. As far as the rest of the field is concerned, the 9 horse I thought was interesting, Sweet Shirley May. The New Zealander Dexter Dunn has the lines for Nancy Tactor. This horse comes off the win here at Hoosier in that Sunday on the Circle City Series. A 152 and 4 trot, came home 28-1. Legit, but of course draws the dreaded outside post.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting second start for the Tactor barn, who, just like Burks, has been red hot as of late. Not crazy about this outside post, particularly given the way that she raced last week in that Circle City. She was used aggressively through the opening stages to get the lead and went on to win by a length. So she makes her second start for the Tactor barn, which is very attractive here tonight. I used her for fourth, again, just because of post position number 9. She's right now at 10-1.
I like the fact that we both like Shishido, who looks, I just think, tremendous. Looks very, very relaxed, but on the toes, kind of that fine line there. And Yannick Jingra, one of the, hard to believe now, I can say elder statesman of the group, but he's still very, very young. One of the leading Breeders' Crown winning drivers that we're going to have over the 2 days.
Yeah, and Shishido, this is a filly that won $240,000 as a 2-year-old. She's had a little bit of time off here as a 3-year-old, so I had her share of issues there, but I really like the way she's coming into this race. She had a little bit of time off early on in this season, and that win in the Circle City last week was a very decisive one. That was after trotting in 151 and 3 down at Lexington, so she came back and really kind of asserted her dominance there with a 27 last quarter. A tough outside post here tonight with 8, but again, I like the form that she's coming in. She's a fresh filly where you could make a case where a filly like Sister Sledge, who has been raced hard all season long, a filly like Shishido could be a little fresher here tonight.
What do you do? And I asked Rick Moore about this earlier. the second tier. Normally, it's not a position you want to be in, but the big nights, it always seems to rise to the occasion. The 11 globetrotting, hindrance from that second tier?
Particularly for this filly who looks like she does her best work on the front end, I would say that the second tier could be a little bit of an issue. She does have a little bit of, if she has a choice of who she wants to follow. And Sister Sledge does show that she can leave. So again, it just kind of depends on how the way things shake out. Globetrotting in particular, like you said, she looks like she likes to race on the front. So that second tier could be a little bit of a hindrance for her.
Speaking of the second tier, a fancy face, Chris Page, looking for another winner on tonight's card here for the mighty Ron Burke barn with, I believe, 3 here in the race. Came home 27-2 in that Common Circle City on the 22nd. A horse that doesn't have to have the lead, but I think maybe benefits from being on the lead.
Yeah, and Chris Page already with the winner on the program tonight. So this really been on the board in 10 of 13. She was unraced as a 2-year-old. It's got 200,000 made on her card. Makes her a Hoosier Park second start at Hoosier Park after a 4th place finish in that Circle City. Right now at 26-1. Hard to believe you're getting a Chris Page Ron Burke combination at those kind of prices.
Is getting close to the gate as we're looking at the rest of the field. Currently looking over at the 5, Lima Gold. Brian Sears coming off the qualifier from the Meadows for the Breshon Stables. Made short work of that group. Came in the final quarter in 28-2. The question is, does this horse want the 7/8 track?
Yeah, certainly interesting there. And like we talked about again, with the 11-horse field, that certainly makes things interesting as far as the traffic is concerned. That's why I'm going to stick to the 8. I also like the 7 out there. Guinevere Hall, she owns quite a bit of versatility from the Wren Barn.
We got Exacta, we got Trifecta, and the Superfecta being offered. Again, $60,000 on the line. The 3-year-old fillies trotters in the Pegasus. The 8-5 favorite now switched to the 8, Shishido. Let's get out to the man, the lift, Mr. Steve Cross with the call.
Trotters at the gate. Gate is moving. Three-year-old fillies lining up, moving in. In the stretch, here they come. And Dubov in the Pegasus. From the inside, Sister Sledge for the lead. Sans Defoe right there alongside. And from the outside, Guinevere Hall. Shishido flashing early trot here. Sweet Shirley May from the outside, 5th. Pretzel Party down to the inside is 6th. Then it's a Fancy Face coming away 7th. 8th on the inside, Globe Trotting as they round the first turn. Further back on the inside, it's Lima Gold. The opening quarter was 26-3 as they make the turn to the backstretch. Guinevere Hall and Peter Wren with a short lead just ahead now as Shishido comes firing up on the outside for Gingras. Shishido will clear for the front and take the lead a nose and neck. Now a length back of the inside, Guinevere Hall. And here's Sister Sledge to mix it up early. And Sister Sledge now trotting up. She'll take the lead as they arrive at the half. So Sister Sledge leads the way, 55-1 as they trot past the half, moving on to the far turn. Shishido back to the inside, gapping a bit there. Guinevere Hall is a closer 3rd with Sans Defoe on the inside 4th. Here comes Sweet Shirley May trotting right up on the outside 5th with a Fancy Face in tow. Pretzel Party down to the inside. The Lovely Hall is out and moving as well. Lima Gold and Globe Trotting. Around the turn, they approach the 3/4 mile marker. Sister Sledge is their first, 124-1. They make the turn, trotting for home. David Miller and Sister Sledge leading a length. Miller going to work. To the inside, Shishido looking for racing room. And there to the outside, it's Sweet Shirley May. Down to the inside, Guinevere Hall has late room. A Fancy Face to the outside. And Globe Trotting. Fillies coming from everywhere as they trot through the stretch. Here's Shishido and Sans Defoe showing late. It's Shishido in 152-2. The unofficial winner, number 8, Shishido. Second, number 3, Sans Defoe. Third, the 10, A Fancy Face. And the fourth is 7, Guinevere Hall. 8-3, 10-7 unofficial. Returning to the Victory Hill Farms winner's circle, winning the fifth, the Pegasus, for 3 of the trotting fillies. With the back-to-back Grand Circuit victories here at Harrah's Hoosier Park, it's Shishido. Brown filly by Father Patrick out of Yoga by Muscles Yankee. By Black Horse Racing of Lebanon, New Jersey, John Fielding of Ontario. Nancy Tactor trains, Yannick Gingras, the winning driver. Third season's victory, matching a previous best, trotting in 152 and 2. It's official. Upcoming is 6th race, no changes. 6th race starts the pick 5. Shishido returning $4.20 to win, $3.80 and $3.60. The exact at $241 even. Trifecta $3,067.40. Mid-card double $144.80. Dime super $872.46. Fifth results, Pretzel Party 9, Sister Sledge 5, Sans Defoe 2, De Lovely Hall 6, Lima Gold 10, Kikimora 11, Guinevere Hall 4, Shishido the winner, Sweet Shirley May 7, A Fancy Face 3, and Globe Trotting 8. Top down 9, 5, 2, 6, 10, 11, 4, 1, 7, 3, 8.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
Just a few minutes to the sixth race here at Harris Fisher Park Racing and Casino. Emily Gaskin joined alongside man with a plan, Mr. Gabe Pruitt. First, I got to welcome you to the broadcast. First night on tonight, so welcome back, Gabe.
Thanks a lot, Emily, and it's great to have you back here as well.
Yes, great to be back. Of course, great to be back on a night like tonight, Breeders' Crown 2020, as we kick it off with the two-year-old events. We've seen a little bit of everything tonight. Track seems to be playing pretty fair.
You know, it really does. And what a great card the race office has put on here tonight, tomorrow night as well. Not only the Breeders' Crown Finals, we all expect those to be fantastic, but the undercard, phenomenal as well. We've added a lot of multi-race pools, as you know, Emily. 3 pick 5s tonight, 3 pick 4s. So far, the wagering action has been robust in those multi-race pools. So we're about to kick off another pick 5 here, added in race 6 as well.
Did you have a little luck in the first pick 5 there?
I did. I actually
like
cashed
it.
a ticket, so I'll take that.
I got to let the folks in, though. It's funny. I was talking to Gabe earlier. I had to get a comment for your best bet of the program, and you're like, I'm not sure. I have to go back and look. Wouldn't you know, she runs off and wins. So nice pick. I believe that was in the Spirit of Deo in the second or third race tonight.
Spirit of Deo, Anthony McDonald. And I think it was just all about the spot. She had done very well up on the 7/8 track there at Woodbine and Mohawk Park in the past. That's where she had taken her mark. Barn change tonight to Irv Miller. And again, it was just the right type spot. Comfortable spot for her. He moved her right at the top, and she did the rest.
Yeah, and I think that's what you got to find tonight. Like you said, we've got a lot of multi-race, multi-leg wagers, and you got to kind of find those spots that you like and find those horses that you can really key off of. Coming up in the sixth race, as you said, we've got a pick 5 kicking off. We've got a mid-card pick 4 coming up. A nice guarantee, a $20,000 guaranteed pick 4 that starts in race number 8 tonight, and that's a nice sequence kicking it off with the Breeders' Crown races. But talking about picking your spots, we've got a field of 10 here, no scratches or changes. Looks like you're going for a price to kick off this pick 5 sequence right now at 14-1 with a Ballarat Boomerang. Trace Teacher gets the call tonight.
Yeah, you know, and it's just at a competitive type event, Emily. I didn't really have a strong opinion in this race, so I wanted to go with a horse I thought may offer a little value, and that is a 7, Ballarat Boomerang. He was roughed up a bit there last time he left. 27 and change the quarter, 54 and change there to the half. Just caught up with him. I'm just hoping maybe a smoother trip tonight. Trace Teatrick seems to find those from time to time.
Yeah, he certainly does. And one of my favorite angles to play is when Trace Teatrick jumps aboard. So a very competitive field. This is a numbers of 3,000 in the last 4 starts, or 850 per start in 2020. We've got Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and as I said, it kicks off the pick 5 wagers. So they're coming out onto the track. Gabe and I will be back a little later to take a little deeper dive into this evening's 6th race.
These are the horses for the sixth race, the Staying Together Pace, field of 10 at 1 mile. One is Fool's Desire with Thurl Hensley of Daleville, Dexter Dunn driving. 2, Royale Big Guy by Scotterlick with Sam Widger. 3, Edward Hanover, Pollock Racing and Jeff Cullen for the owners, John DeLonga. The 4, Siraj Dali Cricket by Doris Morello of Goshen with Brandon Bates. 5, Vegas Again, Worley Racing LLC, the owner, David Miller. 6, Big Bank Hank by Dinah Esch and Z-Tam Stables, Mike Osting drives. 7, Ballarat Boomerang by the Engold Stable of Illinois, J.L. Benson Stables of Florida, Trace Tetrick driving. The 8, Great Image by Clayton Reed of Kentucky with Tim Tetrick. 9, Real Gorgeous, Joe Seekman owns, Jared Seekman drives. And 10, The Thunder Rolls by Charles Stein of Cortland, Ohio, Joey Putnam in the sulky. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 5 wagering.
There's a look at the field for the sixth race tonight. Again, this is a condition pace. Purse of $17,500. And as Gabe and I were talking about earlier, just a great undercard tonight as well, tonight and tomorrow. So it makes for some very fun wagering. Not only do we have those Breeders' Crown Finals, but mixed in there, we've got some very competitive overnight racing as well.
You know, we do, Emily, and we do want to remind you the same wagering format tomorrow as well. You'll have your 3 pick 5s, your 3 pick 4s, and then, of course, once those Breeders' Crown Championships kick off, we've added in that 20-cent pick 8 that covers all 8 of those championship events. That's going to be a huge pool tomorrow night. It's a mandatory payout as well. So if no one has all 8 in the pick 8, we'll pay whomever has the most winner. It's going to be a huge night still to come, and of course tomorrow night as well.
Yeah, and we're starting it out at $10,000. Like you said, going to be a huge pool there, but mandatory payout on that pick 8 as well. All stakes pick 8, so very exciting as well. Talking about exciting, looks like some folks are getting excited about the one here, Fool's Desire. Peter Redder trains Dexter Dunn hops aboard after a 51-2 score at Dayton Raceway last time out. I'll be honest, Gabe, I used this horse, but I wasn't 2-1. I guess he's 2-1 now, but I wasn't overly favored about this horse. I guess off the rail with Dexter Dunn aboard, some folks are really jumping aboard.
We talk about it, Emily. It's one of our lower classes, and it's just not the type of race that I want to take a short price in. We knew Fool's Desire would take some action. He finally found a spot he could defeat there last time at Dayton. Nominators of 2,000 last 4, but having spent most of the summer over on that Ohio circuit, you get down to that's pretty much the bottom level there. So I don't want to discount that win, but pretty soft spot. I think he's just in a little deeper here tonight. We'll see if he can work his way back up the class ladder.
Yeah, and a similar story for Edward Hanover from the Jeff Collifer barn. This horse has been racing in the condition levels, found himself in the open early on in this season, or maybe a little earlier on in the season, rather, just a few starts ago. John DeLong aboard tonight. This horse used aggressively last time out, so he's draws to the inside here tonight. I think this horse has a good chance to step up and race big, and I really like the 4-1 price for a Jeff Collifer horse.
Well, that is the good news, Emily. You are getting a better price on him tonight. My concern, he was a beaten favorite in each of his last 3 starts. He comes back at a very similar type level tonight. The good news is, though, if you do want to back up tonight, you're getting an improved price, particularly if he holds up there at 4-1. I thought he'd be a little shorter than that, so not a bad price at all right now on your top selection.
Yeah, taking a look here at the 6 of Big Bank Hank. I've been waiting on this horse, I'll be honest. This horse has stepped up, paid huge. He was 30-1 in his first start back after an extended layoff. Hadn't raced since February. Stepped up and pulled off a 30-1 upset in 51-2. That a new lifetime best. This horse had some soundness issues. Wilbur Each doing the right thing by the horse, giving him some time. And the horse last 2 starts has been a little flat. But I'll be honest, that last start really never put in the race. And so a little hard to gauge his performance. He's got a wicked late closing kick. Mike Osting aboard tonight. So wouldn't be surprised to see this horse strong with Osting aboard if he's put in the race, and he's right now at 6-1.
Well, you do have a nice mid-back post here for a horse that is indeed a dedicated closer. He's going to need the right pace scenario. My only knock on him, Joey Putnam was listed. He opted off there in lieu of the 10, the Thunder Rolls. But Big Bank Hank lightly raced. As you said, obviously he's had some issues, but when he's at his best, the pace scenarios feels right, could be heard from here in the late stages.
Speaking of the Thunder Rolls, this is a horse I gave a long look. Stepped up, really raced big after racing on the Ohio circuit at Northfield Park. I really not sure what to make of those horses coming from Northfield Park to Hoosier Park, obviously with the long stretch. But this horse certainly didn't mind it at all. 50-4. He does draw the second tier here tonight, but like you said, Joey Putnam back aboard with that 26-3 late closing kick.
Yeah, you have to have some confidence when Joey opted back to this guy. He'd only sat behind him one time. Brittany Dillon, a high percentage outfit here racing in the state of Indiana. It was a good debut over the Hoosier Park track, Emily. As you know, some horses take to this surface, some maybe not so well, so the Thunder Rolls seem to acclimate nicely, and you're getting 7-2. He's taking a ton of action off that 15-1 morning line.
All right, so Gabe going to stick to the 7. How about your 9-1? Not often you see Trace Tetrick at 9-1, especially here at Harris Hoosier Park with Tom Simmons' horse. I'm right there with you. I really like this horse, and particularly like that 9-1 price to kick off the Big 5 sequence.
He was so good last year at the age of 6. He made over $161,000, raced primarily there on the East Coast. He's moved over here to the Midwest this season. He's just been tackling tough company. I think he's had a couple of alibis of late. Again, the tough trip there last time, he just flattened out in the late stages. The prior starts, I didn't think he was racing all that poorly. He was just sitting against much better company. So I think the class relief tonight, you get Trace Tetrick back in the bike, all positive indicators, and particularly the price. That is shockingly big to me at 8-1, but we'll take it here on Battle Ride Boomerang, classy veteran.
I was going to say, we're going to want to get him to the gate here if you're getting 8-1 on Gabe Pruitt's a top choice. I'm going to stick to the 3 on top. That's 5-1 on Eddard Hanover. I'll go 3-6-7-1. Gabe going 7-3, 1, and 10 as the horses turn into the line for this evening's 6th race. Again, kicking off the mid-card pick 5, races 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Best of luck to you with your tickets.
$60 seconds to post time. Horses approaching the starting gate. Gates rolling. It's post time at Harris Hoosier. Field of 10 pacers lining up, moving in. At the post. And they're off and pacing in the staying together. Fool's Desire from the inside. Eddard Hanover from between horses. Ballarat Boomerang comes out firing third. The Thunder Rolls pacing through fourth as they head to the first turn. A Royal Big Guy coming away fifth. Sirron's Deli Cricket there between horses sixth. Vegas again wide to the outside seventh as they enter the first turn. Big Bank Hank is out in eighth. Ninth to the inside, that it's Great Image. The early trailer is Real Gorgeous. 26-3 the opening quarter, and Dexter Dunn using the inside to his advantage there as he secures the lead with Fool's Desire and leads the charge down the backstretch. Eddard Hanover is forced to take a seat in behind and follows the leader in second. Ballarat Boomerang is a gapping third with Thunder Rolls next in fourth, and a break of 3.5 lengths to Royal Big Guy fifth. Saronsdale Cricket is next with Vegas again. 54-4 was the halftime. Fool's Desire leading by a length and a half here. Entered Hanover continues to wait to the pocket. Ballarat Boomerang is now blocked to third as the Thunder Rolls is out and firing for Putnam from fourth. Gapping a fifth, Royal Big Guy to his outside. Saronsdale Cricket is underway. They approach the 3/4 mile marker. Fool's Desire. The Thunder Rolls into contention now. Past 3/4 and 122-4. They make the turn, racing for home. Fool's Desire to the inside, clinging to the lead. The Thunder Rolls still there, a lingering second. To the inside, racing in third. It's Eddard Hanover. And to the outside, Ballarat Boomerang. Royal Big Guy into the passing lane. Fool's Desire appears to be up to the task. Eddard Hanover, the Thunder Rolls dropping back to the wire. Fool's Desire in 150-4. The unofficial winner, number 1, Fool's Desire. Second, number 10, Thunder Rolls. Third, number 3, Eddard Hanover. Fourth, the 2, Royal Big Guy. 1, 10, 3, 2 unofficial. The 6th is official. Coming in the 7th race, the 6 Yankee Bounty has been scratched. Race 7 starts the mid-card double. Back to the Victory Hill Farms winner's circle. Winner of the Staying Together Pace. It's the 1 Fool's Desire, 8-year-old. Indiana sired us on a Real Desire. That of Trinkets and Treasures by Artiscape. Thurl Hensley of Daleville, Indiana, the owner. Pete Redder trains. Dexter Dunn, the winning driver. It's the 5th of the season and 2nd consecutive for Fool's Desire, pacing the mile at 150 and 4/5 seconds. Fool's Desire returning $5.80 to win, $3.80 and $2.60. The exacta 41.40, trifecta $134.80. Tonight's $2 pick 4, $1,022.60. 6th race super, $1,930.40. The pick 3, $416.40. Sixth results, Fool's Desire, the winner. Royal Big Guy, 4. Eddard Hanover, 3. Saronsdale Cricket, 5. Vegas again, 8. Big Bank Hank, 9. Ballarat Boomerang, 7. Great Image, 6. Real Gorgeous, 10. And the Thunder Rolls, 2. Top down, 1, 4, 3. 5, 8, 9, 7, 6, 10, 2.
We're joined in the back paddock by Mr. Chris Page, who's in the 12th race, Breeders' Crown tonight, with a horse called Paula's Bet Hanover. Chris, I see 20-1 morning line in that horse. What do you think about that?
That's probably not actually fair, but that's my opinion. She raced awfully good last week in the limbs, come 26 flat, the fastest out of anybody in the race, other than Continual Lose. So we got the 4-hole, third start for Ronnie Burke. I look forward to give a good effort tonight.
Tell us, how long have you been driving horses for Ronnie Burke?
Oh, I've been fortunate enough to. This is probably my 7th or 8th year that me and Ronnie and the Burke Brigade's done business. It's been a real pleasure.
Tomorrow night, I noticed you're in 3 consecutive Breeders' Crown races, 13, 14, 15. Let's take a look at Elver Hanover first, 13th race, number 10. Tough assignment. For this guy, was a great 2-year-old, but this year, sometimes the other crop catches up to you a little bit.
Yeah, he's got the second tier in there. I'm following some good horses. I don't know if it's going to be a benefit to me, but I'm used to driving out of the second tier, like at Northfield and stuff. So if I got one, maybe advantage going for me. But no, I'm going to be in a good spot when they say go. So the horse raced very well last week, so I hope to repeat that effort.
In the 14th and 15th race, you were 6th with both of these last year in Canada in the Breeders' Crown. Mission accepted, 14th race, number 1. Tell us about this trotter.
Yeah, he's just been a hard-knocking, classy trotter. This year we drew better. We got the rail. Last year it was pretty muddy up there. Looks like the weather's going to be clear. He likes a good track, and I'm going to get away close, and hopefully it works out.
I thought the 15th race might have been the toughest on the card. The Open Pacers, Filibuster Hanover has been an incredibly tough horse, earning it every time. What's his status?
He's like you said, tough. If they made tires out of him, we'd never have to buy new ones. He's shows up every week. He drew good. He's put a good effort in for me the last 3 or 4 starts. We got a good spot, so I look for him to get in the mix early and maybe kick home and win the race.
What would a Breeders' Crown victory mean to the career of Chris Page?
Oh, I've been a fan of harness racing ever since '94 when I went to the first Little Brown Jug. So this would be awesome. It'd definitely be the highlight of my career as of to date.
And what stage of your career are we at here? Are we still climbing? Have we peaked? Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I strive to do better every day, like everybody in this business, and I'm just fortunate enough to have some very nice horses to drive.
Chris Page, good luck this weekend in the Breeders' Crown.
Thanks, Bob.
Wherever harness racing's most important stakes races are held, from the east to the Midwest to Lexington to Ontario, you'll likely see a racehorse bred by Brittany Farms in the winner's circle. Brittany's focus on quality over quantity has made the farm not one of the largest breeders, just the best everywhere.
Comes away parked in third. Schnitzel do something down to the inside for it.
We have winners in our Breeders' Crown Mega Bet drawing. If your name called, head up to trackside Cecil's Reward to claim your prize. William Coomer from Indianapolis. Cecil Cooper from Newcastle. Bob McFarland from Monticello. Diana Regal from Grove City. Again, those names are William Coomer, Cecil Cooper, Bob McFarland, and Diana Regal from Grove City. Head up to Trackside Cecil's Reward to place their bet.
Jay Ellsworth with the call to post. Race 7, it's the Freaky Feet Pete Pace field of 9. The 6 is Scratch. The 1 is 3 the best. Tyler George, the owner. Trace Tetrick, the driver. 2 Mock West by Gerald Hawks of Jeddah, Michigan. Dexter Dunn. 3 Shady Jake by Tom, Mary Ellis, and Tim Tetrick driving. 4 General Dolan by John and Robert Esposito, David Miller. 5 Captain Velocity with the Trent Stoller stable, Sherlin Stoller Equine, John DeLong with the lines. 6 is Scratched. 7 Never Say Never, Rick Halls and Jeffrey Halls, the owners. Mike Osteen drives. Peter Wren driving the 8, Rising to the Top for owner Perry Smith. 9, the OB Stables Teletice, driven by Ricky McCumber. And the 10 is Better Than Some, owned by Jeff Watt Racing and Brian Carsey, Sam Widger in the sulky. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Midcard Double. Hoosier Park's Undercard is sponsored by Watch and Wager. 60 seconds to post time. Horses approaching the starting gate. Gates rolling. Seventh race Pacers all in behind the gate. They're in the stretch. Here they come. It's the Freaky Feet Pete pace. And they're off. From the center of the pack, General Dolan out to take charge. Three of the best to the inside. Mock West comes away third, better than some, pacing through fourth. Shady Jake is next in fifth. Campton Velocity looks to drop in sixth. Never Say Never, parked to the outside. Seventh, rising to the top is second last. Tell It Tice, the early trailer. Into the clubhouse turn. Miller has General Dolan up front, leading the way by a length and a half. The opening quarter, a comfortable 27 seconds flat. Three of the best sits the pocket for T-Trick. Mock West to the inside, races in third. Better Than Some is lined up in fourth. Fifth to the inside, Shady Jake, the other T-Trick there in fifth as they head over towards the halfway point. Then comes Campton Velocity and Never Say Never. Approaching the half, General Dolan unchallenged by two. Three of the best continues to wait. Mock West right there third. Half was 56-1. Better Than Some is now locked in fourth. Never Say Never slowly advancing to the outside, first up in fifth. With that cover rising to the top is second over sixth. Shady Jake shuffled back seventh. Tell It Tice to the outside is underway. Campton Velocity can see them all. Around the turn, and here comes three of the best out of the pocket with a rush. And three of the best to engage General Dolan. Side by side at 3/4 and 124-3. They're in the stretch. Three of the best with a nose in front. To the inside, General Dolan battles back gamely in the second. Mock West right there third, and to the outside fourth. Never Say Never. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. And General Dolan battles back on the inside to retake. Three of the best to the outside. It's General Dolan. General Dolan up front and in charge in 151. Unofficial winner, the 4, General Dolan. Second, the 2, Mock West. Third of the 1, 3 the best. Fourth, the 10, Better Than Some. 4, 2, 1, 10, unofficial. The 7th official, upcoming 8th race. Scratch the 9, Gonna Believe. To the winner's circle, winner of the 7th, the Freaky Feet Pete pace. It's General Dolan. Sired by Rocket Image out of Towner's Party Girl by Dealtown. A homebred owned by John Esposito of Evergreen Park, Illinois. Robert Esposito of Illinois. Robert Phillips, the trainer. David Miller, the winning driver. 7th season's victory, 16th career win for General Dolan. Home winner at 151. The winner pays $11, $7, and $4.20. Seventh results, 3 of the best, 3, Mock West 2. Shady Jake 6, General Dolan the winner, Captain Velocity 8, Never Say Never 5. Rising to the top 7, Teletice 9, Better Than Some 4. Recheck 326, 18, scratched 5794.
Just a few minutes to the next race here at Harrah's Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. And it is now my distinct pleasure to present the results of our 2020 Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge results. Harrah's Hoosier Park, along with our presenting sponsor, Littlefield Cats Breeding Partnership, put together the 2020 Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge. And we partnered 4 local Indiana celebrities with 4 very deserving organizations. And of course, along with our industry participants. Tonight, we've got our representatives on tap. We have got Mr. Jeff Saturday, Indianapolis Colts alum, Super Bowl champ, Jeff Saturday for the Hoosier Burn Camp. We've also got the Indiana Lieutenant Governor Suzanne Crouch, AWS Foundation of Indiana. Emmy Award-winning WTHR news anchor Julia Moffitt, representing Morning Dove Therapeutic Riding Center. And we've got former Indiana basketball player, Indiana sports personality, Mr. Dan Dockich, who's representing the Tyler Trent Cancer Research Endowment. Now, the Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge generated funds Through a stallion auction, industry participants donated a breeding for a 2021 breeding partnership for the stallions down at the Lexington Select Yearling Sale. We also had a Glamour Boys partnership where industry participants of the top 3-year-old pacing colts in the industry donated 1% of the earnings from the 3-year-old pacing colts. So plenty of money on the line. We want to thank not only Marvin Katz of the Littlefield Cats Partnership, who's done a tremendous amount of work with this breeding partnership, but of course, all of our industry participants donating for these very deserving causes. On behalf of Harris Hoosier Park, we've got Mr. Dan Nita, our regional president, on tap to make presentations alongside our senior vice president, Trent McIntosh, and our vice president and general manager of racing, Mr. Rick Moore. Without further ado, we're going to get to the results. Now, worth mentioning is that the results, each charity is very deserving, is getting a donation, but the majority going to the winner of our social media Facebook poll. So coming in 4th place, we have got former Indiana basketball player Dan Dockich and the Tyler Trent Cancer Research Endowment, $12,500 donated. Third place, we have got the Indiana Lieutenant Governor Suzanne Crouch AWS Foundation going home with $18,750. And in second place, we have Julia Moffitt, the Morning Dove Therapeutic Riding Incorporation, going home with $31,250 for that organization. And coming in first place, Jeff Saturday, the Hoosier Burn Camp, $62,500 to the Hoosier Burn Camp. Again, on behalf of everyone here at Harris Hoosier Park, the Littlefield Cats Breeding Partnership, the Hambletonian Society, and all of our very deserving organizations, we want to thank our industry participants and everyone who took time to donate, vote, and volunteer as our Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge. Thank you all to everyone that participated. And again, all of you that these very deserving charities going to a very good cause. This is Emily live from Harris Hoosier Park. Remember to bet early and bet often.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, it's time to get serious now. Our first Breeders' Crown race of the evening. These are the 2-year-old fillies trotters coming up. Gabe Pruitt looking at a field now of 9, 6-5 favorite on the 5, Lady Chaos. I have to say, I concur. Obviously, as we're looking at this field, and right now in a moment here, it's okay. Live television. Still not there?
I believe I'm on now, so
There
I
you
think
go.
we've got to hooked, and I'm hearing in my ear I am live, Peter. So back to Lady Chaos. I think she's one of several that could win it here. It's not the type of race I wanted to take a short price on. I thought she should go a number of different directions in this race. So, again, 6-5 to me does seem a little short. Obviously, she's a very logical contender here, though, as we head into this big money final.
Let's talk about Swift Swanda. I thought this horse was very interesting. I was here for the Super Finals, and I know, just paraphrasing Irv Miller talking about, there was a little bit of a maturity standpoint for this horse, but they think like starting to move in the right direction and proved to have a lot of determination over the Super Finals.
Yeah, and the Hoosier State well represented here. I believe he's got 3 locally based trotters in this 2-year-old trotting filly final. Swift Swanda, the Indiana Sire Stakes champion. You and I both here that night. I thought that was a very gutsy performance from her to rally by there the late stages. She was very good in that elimination as well. Same race, Lady Chaos is set there on the inside, snuck through and won that race. Swift Swanda made up a ton of ground. I give her a major chance here of 5-1. I think she needs a right pace scenario, Peter. She's got that tough post tonight, so she'll need them to heat things up early. But if Trace can find a way to work her to the race, I do give her a major chance.
Gabe, you're the hot hand between the two of us as far as our wagers are concerned, but it's early.
We may be in trouble if that's the case.
Let's talk about the 2 iteration. I know you like this horse on top for Marcus Mealander. Mealander looking for his 4th Breeders' Crown victory.
Yeah, and how about this, Peter? This 2-year-old filly, she's a full sister to Chimpanzee. We're going to see that Breeders' Crown final as one of the favorites tomorrow night. I think Iteration is going to take a trip tonight. Last time she tried to cut it over that off track, maybe just not her style. So I'm hoping a change of tactics tonight could be key. And hopefully we'll get even a tick better than that 7-2. She was 6-1 in the morning line.
We'll take a closer look at the field after the post-parade. $600,000 on the line. The first of our Breeders' Crown races, the 2-year-old fillies. These are trotters.
The Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old filly trotters presented by Brittany Farms. Brittany Farms, breeder of 25 Breeders' Crown champions. 8th race, $600,000 purse. A field of 9. The 9 has been scratched. From post 1, I'm a Diamond Babe, bred by Merle Yoder of Topeka, Indiana. All by James and Cheyenne Yoder of Bell, Florida. James Yoder trains and drives. The 2 iteration, bred by Order by Stable. All by Courant Incorporated. Marcus Mealander trains. Brian Sears driving iteration. 3 Splash Blue Chip, bred by Blue Chip Bloodstock of New York. All by Oki Svanstead and Melby Gard. Oki Svanstead trains and drives Splash Blue Chip. The 4 Maserati, bred by Fairwinds Farm of New Jersey. All by Mazda Racing Stables, Stormy and Bruiser Stable of New York. Lucas Wallen trains, Tim Tetrick drives Maserati. 5 Lady Chaos, bred by Lindy Farms of Connecticut, Avian Sun Bloodstock. Owned by the partnership of Getnick, Pontone, Lozito, and Enviro Stables. Linda Toscano trains, David Miller drives Lady Chaos. 6 Hello, I Love You, bred by Doc's Farm of Florida, owned by Let It Ride Stables, Empty Pocket Stables, and Alanya Racing. With Cats of Ontario, Tony Alanya trains, Joe Bongiorno drives Hello, I Love You. 7 Big City Pearl, bred by Bruce Potter of New Hampshire, owned by Verlin Yoder of Bell, Florida. James Yoder trains, Verlin Yoder drives Big City Pearl. The 8 Swift Swanda, bred by LaVon Miller of Topeka, Indiana, is owned by Dr. Angela Lombardi and the Kales Company. Irv Miller trains, Trace Tetrick drives Swift Swanda. 9 is Scratch, the 10 Presto, bred by William Jones and Steve Stewart of Kentucky, owned by Brixton Medical of New Jersey. Oki Svanstead trains, Yannick Gingras drives the 10 Presto. It's the Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old filly trotters, presented by Brittany Farms. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Pick 4 wagering.
The 2-year-old filly trotters on the track now for our first Breeders' Crown race of the 2-night event. Gabe Pruitt, Peter Lurie with you up here in the Dan Patch Studios. Look at the 10 Presto. Obviously, nobody wants to be in the second tier. The question is this a horse that it's going to hinder?
You know, I don't think so, because she typically likes to track in the early stages, Peter. She likes to rally. in the late stages. My concern with her, I thought really each of those last two starts, I thought she maybe should have won those events. She missed just the last time. There's Lady Chaos took a nice trip to get up the inside, won it. Lexington, she had a perfect pocket trip. She took dead aim. She came up only a neck short, but it was a fourth-place finish. I'm just haven't been sold the way she's been polishing those miles off. She's one of a handful of fillies here, though, that obviously merits some attention. Again, for me, just a bit of a wide-open group. And it's a race I'm going to spread in, Peter, to kick off this pick four. $20,000 a guarantee. We saw nearly $20,000, by the way, in that early pick four. So we know this pick four starting on this championship event, it is going to be a huge pull here. It wouldn't shock me to see double the guarantee or potentially even higher.
I used 3 in the race. I went with obviously Lady Chaos's Most Will. I thought Swift Swanda and Presto were definitely worthy of including. I played it a little on the low end side.
Yeah, I went 40 here in my pick four play. I actually used 2, 3, 5, and 8. I'm like you. I just don't think you can not use Lady Chaos, but I don't think she's invincible in this spot. She draws a perfect post here. Plenty of options for driver Dave Miller on the favorite Lady Chaos. I think a horse that is up there at a big price that does really deserve a long look here, Peter's the 3 Splash Blue Chip, the other Sponstead trainee. Okay at the bank here as well. Good solid third place effort in a Breeders' Crown elimination. She was so good in that last start at Lexington there on October the 10th. This filly left the gate from post 7, took a bit of a shuffle there, and she was steamrolling. The final 16th of a mile there, she ended up finishing a very close runner-up, and behind Anoka Hanover was a very nice filly at her own right. So I think if you're looking for like a double-digit potential upsetter, that Splash Blue Chip could step up here in a big way.
Okey's a very good driver. Obviously, he was the regular pilot of another champion horse of his, Sebastian K, among others. A question I ask you, though, is whenever you see a driver or a driver trainer who has 2 in the race, if he opts to go on one, Jimmy Takter used to do this, and it was one of those situations where maybe he or she, little twitchy, he wanted to make sure that he was in the bike for that opportunity. Do you kind of subscribe to the same, or does it matter to you?
Well, in this case, Oka actually co-owns the 3 Splash Blue Chips. I believe his hand was forced here to take this filly over the other trainee from the barn, Presto. But if you don't see that be the case, I obviously do take a long look at that type of angle, but I think he was forced here into the bank of Splash Blue Chip, and he's done a great job driving her. She's a versatile sort. She can lead the gate, or she can close from off the pace. Not quite sure what the tactics will be tonight, but again, I just think she has a major chance. She's proven that she can go with the top-level stakes company.
What do you do with the 4-horse Maserati? Obviously, Tim Tetrick, one of the leading Breeders' Crown winning drivers here over the 2-day event here. This horse was a winner in the elimination back on October 22nd.
It tripped out. I don't want to discount it. It was a nice win there, 54-3, lifetime best win. Lucas Walden, the trader. Tim Tetrick back at the bank tonight. If you missed the party, though, Peter, 24-1, it is tough to show back up here at a much discounted rate tonight, 6-1. Get a competitive group. I think it's a type of race where trip's going to make all the difference. We'll see if she gets that perfect trip here again tonight.
Players always say thoroughbreds and standardbreds. You didn't like the horse 24-1. Why do you like them now? Let's talk about the 6. Hello, I Love You. Good lyric from a Doors tune. Joe Bongiorno for Tony Alagna. Alagna looking for his 7th Breeders' Crown for Bongiorno. What a year this year. Barbosa, Captain Barbosa taking the little brown jug. I think this would be a feather in his cap.
There's no question about that. It's already been a great year for driver Joe Bongiorno. He continues to do very good work, and he teams up here with trainer Tony Alagna. Hello, I Love You just slides into the final here after that 5th place effort. She was just okay here last week, but I really liked the start in Lexington there on October the 10th. She was a runner-up to Flawless Count, and we saw Flawless Count here last week, Peter. She was going to be the favorite in her elimination. She was scratched, unfortunately. So you would have to think that's good company that Hello, I Love You was keeping there, a very close runner-up finish. This is another filly at a big price I thought that could potentially be in the mix.
I spoke to Andy Miller last night, and he said, it just was a little under the weather, and they just wanted to do right by her. Let's talk about both of the Yoder horses. James Yoderson's at the 1 I'm a Diamond Babe, and on the 7-hole Big City Pearl hands the lines over to his father.
Yes, he does. And I'm a Diamond Babe from Post 1, swimming in deep water here, I believe. But just a fringe player, daughter of Guccio here on the Indiana circuit. One-time winner and 11 tries there. I think it's really an uphill battle for her, but big money on the line. You never know what can happen with these 2-year-old trotting fillies. But I do think she does retain that long shot status up there right now as the longest price on the board. The other filly's a daughter of Chapter 7 Big City Pearl. Had some sneaky late try in that elimination. She was okay there. I go back to that Kentuckiana final, September 25th. She was a very good runner-up and behind my top selection here, the 2 iterations. So I think she has proven she can hang with Stakes Company, and she's still up there at a good price as well, 24-1.
First of our Breeders' Crown races of the evening, the 2-year-old filly Trotters. Let's go to Steve Cross.
2-year-old filly Trotters lining up, moving in. A field of 9 in the 2020 Breeders' Crown. Presented by Brittany Farms. They're in the stretch, ready for the start. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. And it's a good start for the field here from the inside iteration for the first call. Splash Blue Chip there between horses. Maserati driving out now, grabbing the lead. Big City Pearl flashing early speed. Lady Chaos in tight quarters there. Presto moving early. To the inside, I'm a Diamond Babe as they trot into the first turn. Hello, I Love You comes away 8th. The early trailer is Swift Swanda. They trot to the first quarter-mile marker, 27-1, and up front with the lead, it's Maserati and Tim Tetrick. The lead is a length and a half. To the outside, here comes David Miller with Lady Chaos, and immediately Lady Chaos goes right on by Maserati, and Lady Chaos secures the lead a length. Maserati back to the inside, trots in second. Iteration back to the inside is third. Splash Blue Chip finds yourself locked in fourth. Presto underway to the outside, fifth. Right there on her back, Hello, I Love You. Down to the inside, I'm a Diamond Babe. Wide to the outside, Big City Pearl. And watching all the action for the back of the pack, it's Swift Swanda. The half was 57-1. Teamed up front, Presto to the outside, and Presto will trot right on by Lady Chaos, and Presto will clear to take the lead. Lady Chaos to the inside is second, and now Iteration is left uncovered first up for the outside, challenging for Sears. They approach the 3/4-mile marker. Presto with the lead. Iteration is at her wheel in second. Lady Chaos locked in behind leaders in third. They trot 3/4 in 1:26. They're in the stretch, racing for home at the Breeders' Crown. And to the outside for the lead, Iteration. To the inside, Lady Chaos looking to rally back. Maserati trying to sneak through in the inside lane and out of the center of the track. Splash Blue Chip. Less than a 16th ago is Lady Chaos clinging to the lead. Maserati is inching closer. They come to the line. Lady Chaos by a neck in the Breeders' Crown. The unofficial winner, number 5, Lady Chaos. Second, the 4, Maserati. Third, number 3, Splash Blue Chip. Fourth, the 1, I'm a Diamond Babe. 5, 4, 3, 1, unofficial. The 8th race now official and making her way back to the Victory Hill Farms winner's circle. Victory Hill Farm, the road to victory begins here. The 2020 champion, Lady Chaos. Her elimination winner last week in 154.2 for driver David Miller. So a clean sweep in the 2020 Breeders' Crown for Lady Chaos, a daughter of Cantab Hall out of Strong Legacy by Muscles Yankee, by Gutnick, Ponton Lozito, and the Enviro Stables. Linda Toscano trains, driven to the victory by Hall of Famer David Miller. Her 6th career win in 10 starts, trotting the Breeders' Crown final in 154.4. The Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old filly trotters, presented by Brittany Farms, breeder of harness champions. Official results: Simon Diamond Babe 4, Iteration 6, Splash Blue Chip 3, Maserati 2. Lady Chaos the winner, Hello I Love You 5, Big City Pearl 8, Swift Swanda 7, Presto 9. Recheck for the top 4, 6, 3, 2, 1, 5, 8, 7, scratch 9. Lady Chaos returns $4 to win, $3 to place, $2.60. Exact at $20.80.
That's okay. All right, so you're going to start with. First of our Breeders' Crown races, it goes to Lady Chaos, a 25th Breeders' Crown victory for one Dave Miller. Dave, congratulations. Seemed like there was a lot of lead changes early in the race. Did you expect that?
Yeah, you know what, everybody is going to try to get in position and take shots, and it's expected. The trip actually worked out good. I mean, I got parked around the first turn, but she got to the lead and relaxed, and Yanni come at her pretty hard, and that filly was coming at her pretty hard last week, so I followed her around the turn and into the stretch, and my mare had a lot of trot finishing.
Dave, we really appreciate the time. I know you got a lot more to do, but congratulations.
Hey, thanks a lot.
All right. Let's talk to Linda Toscano. Linda, if you could come on by. Linda, if we could have you over here, please. There we go. Linda Toscano. Linda, congratulations. It's an honor to meet you for the very first time. Can you put into words what this victory means to you?
Well, it's the Breeders' Crown. You know, it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown, and it's really exciting. I've loved her from the minute we bought her, and she's done everything right. We had a couple of glitches along the way, but she really rose to the occasion tonight. I'm tickled.
I mean, for the business as a whole, this is so huge. You're the first woman inducted at the Hall of Fame, the first winner of a woman in the Hambletonian. What is it about racing that you love so much?
The horses. The horses are what drive me here, and the horses are what keep me here. I'm blessed to have an incredible group of owners that have confidence in me and entrust me with animals like this. And I couldn't be more happy.
Well, we are so happy for you and your connections. Congratulations and continued success in 2020.
Thank you so much. I wish they could all be here, but everybody stay healthy, and it was great.
And they're listening and they're watching, and I'm sure they're cheering for you.
Absolutely. Woohoo!
All right. Congratulations again.
Thanks.
Linda Toscano with the winner. Linda Chaos takes over. That is Lady Chaos taking the very first of our Breeders' Crown.
We still got 3 more Breeders' Crowns for freshmen to go tonight, and one of the trainers that's in there is Brian Brown, joining me right now with a 2-year-old. Brian, race 14, 2-year-old Colts and Gelding Pacers, Bayfield Beach. It's a tough field you're in there.
Yeah, it's really good horses. 2 of the best, maybe 2-year-olds that's ever been around. And there's several others that are good horses. We got a good post. The 5 gives him different options. He can do what he wants. He can leave if that's what Trace wants to do. He's easy horse to drive, so he can take him off, follow. He'll be all right, just how the race sets up, whether we get any money or not.
You had a great 2 and 3-year-old named Down by the Seaside racing the Crown, and tell us a little bit about him, racing him. He must have been a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. I had him in Blazing Britches the same year. It was just an unbelievable year, and it's tough to repeat it.
Down by the Seaside now standing stud. How has he been received at the sales?
It was really good. I think he had at least 6, maybe 7 that brought over 100,000. 1 brought 200. For Ohio breds to be bringing that much, that's doing really well.
Best quality he had as a racehorse?
He was just tough. He loved to race. He loved to bully horses. Whether he was on the front or the outside, he just liked to get it on.
And tomorrow night you're also in the 3-year-old filly pacer, Petticoat. Tell us a little bit about her.
She's about the same as the colt tonight. Really nice horse. Didn't race last year, so she's a little bit behind. But her last 2 races have been her best races of the year. 5-hole again. She can leave. And really tough. Party Girl, probably the best 3-year-old filly that's been out in years. So hopefully, same thing. Hopefully a trip works out for her and she can get a check.
Breeders' Crown coming to Indiana, 17 this year. Ohio. Tell us what the Breeders' Crown means to a state and the whole program.
Well, I think it means a lot to just to build your program up, to get the people here, to get the spotlight on you. It's a shame it has to be this year with the COVID that's really ruined the crowd for them. Hopefully they get their chance back to have it again to recoup this year. But Hoosiers done a great job both years they've had it.
Okay, Brian Brown, you got long shots in the next 2 nights. Maybe we'll get one of them home. Good luck in both in the Breeders' Crown.
Thank you, Bob.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
For those that live for tomorrow, we have a suggestion. Today is perfect, just as it is. Feed the wolf.
Comes away parked in third. Schnitzel do something down to the inside for
Bigler J. Elsmore with the call to post, race 9, a division of the Freaky Feet Pete. $20,000 event. One is Duwork Sun, owned by Burke Racing, Weaver Basami Car, and Baldacchino, Yannick Jingrad driving. 2 Prince McCardle, owned by Carsey, Haynes, and Miller. Brandon Bates aboard. 3 Ideal Ace, owner-driver Stephen White. 4 Uncompromising Z-Tam over the Z-Tam stables with Ricky McCumber. The 5 Boiling Ore, Pollock Racing and Jeff Cullen for the owners Sam Widger. 6 Primo Giovanni, owned by Benita Simmons with Andy Miller. 7 I've Got a Girl Crush, owned by the Trent Stoller stable and Sherlin Stoller Equine, John DeLong. 8 Caviar Stetson, owned by Cool Cat Racing, the OB stables, and A Harris Racing with Trace Tetrick. The 9 Fan of Terror, Dexter Dunn drives for Thurl Hensley. And the 10 McThriller, John Barnard, the owner, Peter Wren in the sulky. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta. Mid-card double. 1 minute. They're at the gate. Ninth race Pacers, a field of 10, enters the stretch for the start. It's the Freaky Feet Pete. They're at the post, and they're off and pacing. First out, Do Work Sun, followed closely by McThriller. Ideal Ace showing early speed for the front side. It's Fan of Terror. Prince McCardle coming away fifth as they head to the first turn. Boiling Ore is out in sixth, and Compromising Z-Tam seventh. Primo Giovanni eighth. I've Got a Girl Crush is away ninth, last and 10th then. Caviar Stetson over to the quarter-mile marker, 26 and 2. And up front for the lead, Ideal Ace. The lead is brief. Here's Fan of Terror. Fan of Terror sprinting on by. He'll take command. Fan of Terror clears a length. Ideal Ace to the inside, racing in second. Do Work Sun back to third. McThriller continues to follow fourth. Prince McCardle shuffle back and locked in fifth to the outside. There goes Boiling Ore with a rush. And in Compromising Z-Tam is on the move as well with Primo Giovanni in tow. Past the half, 55 seconds, flat. Fan of Terror. Dexter Dunn leading by a length. There to the outside, Boiling Ore from fifth to fourth to third to second. Boiling Ore goes right on by Fan of Terror. And Boiling Ore clears to the lead, kicks away two. Leaving Uncompromising Z-Tam, parked to the outside second. Fan of Terror, gapping the leader third. Ideal Ace angles to the outside. Primo Giovanni is well off cover. They reach three quarters in 122 and 1. They're in the stretch, racing for home with Boiling Ore leading by 2.5, 3 lengths. Uncompromising Z-Tam to the outside. Fan of Terror still a threat here. Do Work Sun into the passing lane with a rush and down to the inside. McThriller. Final 16th to go in the Freaky Feet Pete pace. It's Boiling Ore to the inside. Do Work Sun surging late. It's Boiling Ore. Boiling Ore to win in 150 and 3. Unofficial winner, the 5, Boiling Ore. Second, the 1, Do Work Sun. Third, number 3, Ideal Ace. Fourth, the 2, Prince McCardle. 5, 1, 3, 2, unofficial. Winner's Circle assistant Kristen Shetler leading the winning Boiling Ore back to the winner's circle. Boiling Ore, divisional winner of the Freaky Feet Pete Pace, a son of Shadow Play. Out of Arm in Arm by American Ideal, Pollock Racing and Jeff Culliford, the owners. Jeff Culliford trains. Sam Widger, the winning driver. 8th win of the season for Boiling Ore. Just 2 ticks off his career best pacing tonight in 150 and 3, paying $4.60 to win 320 and 340. Upcoming 10th race. It's the Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Field of 10, no changes. 10th race kicks off the Jackpot Pick 6. Carryover of $10,412. No changes in the Jackpot Pick 6. Official results: race 9, Duwork Sun 2, Prince McCardle 4, Ideal Ace 3, and Compromising Zetam 8, Boiling Ore the winner, Primo Giovanni 10, I've Got a Girl Crush 9, Caviar Stetson 5, Fan of Terror 7, McThriller 6. Top down 2, 4, 3, 8, 1, 10, 9, 5, 7, 6.
The wait is over. The betting lines have made their much anticipated racing debut, and the early results are phenomenal. As of July 15th, Betting Line has had an amazing 78 starters from 119 foals, including Dean V. Hanover,
A half a length of the stretch, the best. Dean V. Hanover.
a Buckabet Hanover, Wholesome, and Letter Buck. Better's Delight's clear successor, Betting Line, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Captive audience on the outside of
Discover the best in North American standardbred racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
But T-Trick's got the motors.
With the highest daily average purses in North America, racing 4 nights a week, and an industry-leading stakes program, Woodbine Mohawk Park offers the most opportunities to win.
Rushes up on the far outside.
Join the growing ranks of owners from all over the globe and race with us at the #1 standardbred racetrack in North America.
Just a few minutes to the 10th race here at Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. This the second Breeders' Crown Final for the evening. This for the 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Purse of $600,000. Got exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and that jackpot pick 6 right here in this evening's 10th race, a field of 10. Joining me here in the studio, Gabe Pruitt. Gabe, I have to say, this is maybe one of my favorite races on the program tonight.
Yeah, I think there are two avenues here to go, Emily, because I really love Veterate in this spot. I thought he was going to go by Southwind Tyrion there in Lexington. I know that sounded a bit crazy because of the world record mile, 151-1. He ultimately made a break in stride there at the top of the stretch. Crushed and cruised here last week in his elimination, upset Captain Corey there for the first loss of his career. However, as you know, Emily, he's a bit of a tricky trotter. He's got a mind of his own. He's makes breaks in stride from time to time. So in my mind, I come at this race from two different angles. I'm going to tee up Veterate on top in terms of the exotics. I'm going to go back and toss him completely out because, again, at a short price, if he makes a break in stride, obviously could be completely out of the number.
Yeah, and you can really take a look at the other horses in here with some serious power here. I like you on the same way. Watch this horse in the post parade last week, Venerate. Speaking of Venerate, and I honestly thought he looked a little too keyed up. Andy Miller looked like he had his hands full. I'll be honest, in his previous races, hadn't paid much attention to him in the post parade, and I was very surprised when the horse got out of the gate and just chalked it up as the horse is just kind of a good feeling horse. Like you said, he's got a mind of his own, but when he's got his mind on business, he certainly does mean business.
Yeah, he does, and he was like that a little bit in Lexington as well. He was very keyed up on the track. Again, obviously there, the one time we saw him in the Grand Circuit, he did make a break in stride, but he's rolling up there to Southwind Tyrion. So who knows? He is a bit tough to trust at a short price, but I think just in terms of talent and in terms of where these colts are right now, this late in their 2-year-old season, I think Veterate is just a cut above the majority of these.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you there. Used him right on top. The horses are getting ready to come out onto the track. Gabe and I will take a little closer look, even check in with Peter Lurie a little later after the post parade as well. But the field for the 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings Breeders' Crown Final coming up right here.
The Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings, presented by Crawford Farms. From our farm to the winner's circle. 10th race, 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings in the Breeders' Crown Final. It's a $600,000 purse. Here's the one. Take all comers. Bred by Run the Table Stables and Chelsea Batelli of New Jersey. Owned by Run the Table Stables. Jim Campbell trains. David Miller drives. Take all comers. 2, Cricket Fashion, bred by Douglas Hutchins of Maine, owned by Fashion Farms of New Hope, Pennsylvania. Jim Campbell trains. Dexter Dunn drives. Cricket Fashion. 3 in Range, bred by Windsong Stable of Pennsylvania, owned by AMG Stable. Kilgren, Hans Assel, and Wallstead of New York. Marcus Melander trains. Tim Tetrick drives In Range. The 4 is On a Streak, bred by Frederica Caldwell of Kentucky, owned by Determination of Montreal, Quebec. Luke Blaze trains. Bob McClure drives. On a Streak. 5 is the track record holding Venerate, bred by Steve Stewart and the Kempe Stable of Kentucky, owned by the Pinsky Stables and Andy Miller Stable. Julie Miller trains. Andy Miller drives. Venerate. 6 Muscle Dynasty, bred by Steiner Stock Farms of Ohio, owned by Dreamville Stable of Cambridge, Ontario. Paula Wellwood trains. Scott Zeron drives Muscle Dynasty. 7 is Captain Corey, bred by Carter Dewar of Kentucky, owned by SRF Stable, Lutsen Trotting, Midnight Sun Partners, and Oki Svanstead. Oki Svanstead trains and drives Captain Corey. The 8 Delayed Hanover, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, owned by Melby Gard and Oki Svanstead. Svanstead trains. Yannick Gingard drives Delayed Hanover. 9 is Moonstone S, bred by Advents Reklamfinans of Finland, owned by SRF Stable. Marcus Melander trains. Brian Sears drives Moonstone S. And the 10 Brookview Bolt, bred by the Brookview Farms of Shipshewana, Indiana, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, J&T Silva, Perlin and Libya, Florida, Weaver Brassemia, Pennsylvania. Ron Burke trains. Matt Kikali drives Brookview Bolt. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Jackpot Pick 6 wagering with a carryover of $10,412.
Down here on the apron, and as you can tell, the horses, it's a balmy 37 degrees out here, hence the jacket, but the horses are absolutely loving it out here. Everyone looked tremendous coming in. Getting the conversation of Emily and Gabe, Venerate, I got a chance to talk to Andy Miller last night, and obviously it would be a huge win for not only himself picking up his 6th Breeders' Crown, but it would be the 2nd for he and Julie together as a group. Venerate, he just says, is a goofy horse. Sometimes the mind gets a little ahead of him, and it does some silly things, but he was very pumped after what he saw last time out in the elimination. I really think Captain Corey, though, guys, is the one to consider here. Got a chance to talk to Sarah Svanstead over at Pacesetter, and she said that although they were second all the way around with Venerate, they were very, very happy with what they got. As we know, just like any other big Breeders' Crown, the elimination, you want a good performance, but you don't want to peak too early. Guys?
I couldn't agree more with you there, Peter. Captain Corey, one of those most visually impressive horses that I've seen. Went back to the detention earlier today, and he's just one of those horses that's just kind of striking. He's got that same presence on the track. And Gabe talking about Captain Corey, but Peter mentioning how cold it was. You coming up from South Florida, I have to believe you probably think you're in Antarctica right now.
You know, it is chilly. I don't like to spend much time in 30-degree weather any longer, Emily, if I don't have to, but it's okay. We're comfy here inside. I don't want to rub it in out there. I know Peter's listening to us. But as he said, I think the key is you look at those horses on the track. You see a very good-looking colt there, and Captain Corey, his ears are up. He's alert. The brisk conditions, they're out there and enjoying it tonight, so should be another great championship event.
Yeah, Captain Corey, like she said, second, like Peter said there, he set the pocket and just was second best that night, but he also threw a boot down the stretch. You go back, you watch the elimination, not sure, I'm pretty sure it was a knee boot, but couldn't quite decipher what boot it was, but he certainly threw something down the lane, and that was his first defeat of the season for Captain Corey. Now, he draws post 7 here tonight. I think what makes this interesting, Gabe, is that you've also got a horse like the 8 Delayed Hanover to the outside, who was forwardly placed last week, sat the pocket, and I thought this horse finished 3rd. This is one of those that I think he was deceptively good last week. There was a little bit of question mark down the lane as Quattro de Julio made a break and caused a little bit of confusion there, and Delayed Hanover lightly raced, just 5 starts on the season. So I think he was deceptively good in his elimination last week.
Yeah, he's one of a handful here I would give a long look to. He's lightly raced. He continues to get a bit better. Our man Hollywood Hayden, Emily, well, I know he is a big Delayed Hanover fan. He was last week as well. He's getting a much improved price tonight. He was 8-5 in that elimination. Out there double digits, better than 20-1. He's got some tactical speed. He's got an aggressive pilot here with driver Yannick Gingras. I don't think there's any question that he's going to be leaving the gate here, getting some early position. We've seen Yannick trip out and pay big dividends in the past.
Yeah, and you talk about a horse coming into this race. I think Delayed Hanover is one of those that's peaking at the right time. Similar type of story for In Range. Now, take nothing away from this horse. He's had 9 starts. He's won 5 of them. So he's certainly garnered his enough of attention. But I thought this horse raced extremely well. Of course, he was an elimination winner. But it was the way that he did it. He trotted home in 26-3. And that was kind of on a cool, damp night. So for a young trotter to have that kind of trot home, he really impressed me for driver Tim Tetrick.
Yeah, I thought it was impressive as well. He's back at double digits. You rarely see an elimination winner come back at a double-digit price, but that is the case here on In Range. He's not getting much respect here, at least just yet, as we inch closer to post time here for this 2-year-old Colton Gelding final. It was a good finish there. There were 4 horses across the track separated by less than a length, but In Range got the best of that photo. Again, not quite sure he's on the same level. Here's the favorite, Venerate, if he is ready to try tonight, but when you get past him, In Range one of several here, I think, with a major chance.
Yeah, I certainly agree. In Range, Take All Comers, another one of those horses from the Jim Campbell barn who really raced well in his elimination. He was off by 11.5 at the half and made up quite a bit of ground to finish third, trotted home in 26-4. Here's another one that, maybe hasn't garnered a lot of attention, but he draws the rail with David Miller in the bike, who, of course, are already off to a great start for the evening.
Yeah, and we see what we've seen from a lot of those Jim Campbell tradies. He's making that steady progression in his career, able to just 8 career starts. He's getting better and better each and every time we see him at the track. A nice stakes win down at Lexington with us there on opening week of Grand Circuit action. He salvaged the best spot he could get last week. Captain Corey and Venerate were just gone up top. He picked off everyone else there from last. So I thought it was a nice start as well. You'd have to think he'll be sitting closer to the earlier stages tonight after drawing inside.
All right, we've got 3 to 5 favoritism on the 5. That's a Venerate. Gabe and I's top choice, Peter, going to Captain Corey. We'll send it up to Steve Cross for the Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings.
The Breeders' Crown, presented by Crawford Farms. 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Field of 10 enters the stretch for the start. Here they come. And they're off in the Breeders' Crown. From the outside, Captain Corey, and from the center of the track, it's On a Streak. Alongside, it's In Range as they head out past the stands. Take All Comers trots away fourth. Venerate is away safely in fifth. Delayed Hanover will settle right in behind the heavy favorite as they trot into the first turn. Next, all on the inside as they race to the first quarter-mile marker. It's Cricket Fashion there to the outside. As they reach that quarter, it's Moonstone S, 26-4. The opening at quarter time as they make the turn to the backstretch. After a break, the trailer is Brookview Bolt. Down the backside they go, and up front with the lead, it's Captain Corey. He has a 2.5 length lead on a Streak. And here comes Venerate stepping out, challenging in third. In Range, right there to the inside, races in fourth. Take All Comers trots in fifth, and up on the outside comes Delayed Hanover with a rush. Moonstone S is next and on the move as they pass the half in 55-3. Trotting onto the far turn, Oki Svanstead has Captain Corey leading the way, still 2.5 lengths to the good. On a Streak on the inside, trots in second. Venerate inching closer to the outside, but right there on his back is a well-placed Delayed Hanover, and down to the inside, In Range. They come to the 3/4 mile marker at 3/4 and 1:24-1 into the stretch, and on the way home with the Breeders' Crown. Captain Corey has led every step of the way. Venerate is lingering on the outside, desperate for room now. On a Streak, and to the outside it's Delayed Hanover. It's Captain Corey to the inside. On a Streak, Venerate, time is running out. In Range to the inside, final 16th. It's On a Streak who's taken the lead. On a Streak wins the Breeders' Crown in 1:52-4, a stakes record. Unofficial winner, the 4, On a Streak. Second, number 3, In Range. Third, the 5, Venerate. Fourth, the 1, Take All Comers. 4, 3, 5, 1, Unofficial. The Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings, presented by Crawford Farms, is now official. The winner On a Streak, a bay colt by Kentam Hall out of Habits Best by Muscles Yankee. A $155,000 Lexington yearling purchase, owned by Determination of Montreal, Quebec. Luke Blaise, the trainer. Bob McClure, the winning driver. His second career win. A lifetime best and a stakes record for Breeders' Crown Finals. Trotting in 152 4/5. On a Streak, returning $20.80 to win, $11.40 to place, and $5 to show. The Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings, presented by Crawford Farms, celebrating girl power. From our farm to the winner's circle. No changes in the upcoming 11th. Tenth race results. Take all comers 4, Cricket Fashion 6, in range 2. On a Streak, the winner, Venerate 3, Muscle Dynasty 9, Captain Corey 5, Delayed Hanover 8, Moonstone S 7, Brookview Bolt 10. Top down 4, 6, 2, 1, 3, 9, 5, 8, 7, 10. And On a Streak, the Breeders' Crown champion in the Victory Hill Farms winner's circle.
The 2-year-old colt trot goes to On a Streak, and what a streak for the driver, Bob McClure. Bob, we were just talking, the first time I got to see you drive was over in London town. Shannon Sugar Doyle said, this kid is legit. Last year, you had a Hambletonian. Now you got a Breeders' Crown. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much.
Let's talk about the race. Did you realize how fast they were going up front?
Yeah, I knew we were moving along, and I had kind of, my colt's so handy getting them off the gate. I wanted to leave and hopefully follow either Akey or Andy or even both. And when I saw Akey, he looked over and tried to take off on Andy. I said, oh, this is looking really good.
Hey, let's talk about it. Top of the stretch, what was going through your mind?
Not much. Just, I mean, Andy's horse still seemed like he was coming, so I just tried to get into the passing lane and get him remotivated. You know, it's not easy for 2-year-old trotters to dive into the passing lane and try to advance. It's not really taught to them. So, but he's such a professional. As soon as he saw open air, he just took off.
Can you put into words what it's like to get your first Breeders' Crown?
Well, it's really nice, you know, and we've had some bad luck between me and Luke. He's had plenty of luck without me, so I was starting to think it was me. So obviously we had a really nice trot in Philly. I thought we had the best chance to get it with, and I couldn't get her in. And so it was really nice for the connections, owner, determination, stable, and Luke Blay that I worked over a trip with this guy, and Luke had him awesome.
All right, Bob, we really appreciate the time. Congratulations. What a whirlwind 2 years you got. Keep it up, my friend. We're rooting for you. Thank you. Let's talk to trainer Luke Blaze. Luke, where are you? Get on over here, Luke. Luke, first of all, congratulations. I know it's a bit of a family affair. Your brother Coco is the groom. How special is this for you, for the two of you?
For that race, you talk? Yeah, it was. Winning British Crown is always special. It's in the end of the year, and it's a long season, and when you win that, it's refresh for the past the winter.
How confident were you coming into this race you'd get a big performance from your horse? How confident were you going into this race that your horse would give you a big performance?
I think he raced good last week. He come back 26-3, and today he was closer in the stretch, and I think he felt better. That he needed a race before that race, and he was stronger tonight.
Coming off that time, obviously, from September, can you give us an idea what the plan is for the rest of the year, or are you done?
We'll see tomorrow morning how we feel and everything.
All right, Luke, merci. And
Thank you very much.
very, very much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Big win there for the team from Canada. Right now, though, we're going to head back out to the paddock where Hollywood Hayden is talking to Mr. Joe Bongiorno. Hollywood?
That's right. Joe Bongiorno's here. Joe, last year, American History, Breeders' Crown #1 for you. What was that like for you? How'd that change your career?
Oh, it definitely put me in the right direction. And I mean, he was he was so ready in the Breeders' Crown, and he was really good all year last year. And he's just a really nice horse. And unfortunately, we're not racing him tonight, but he's been really good to us, and that was a really fun night.
You're in the 12th race, Breeders' Crown, Nashville, El Jenna. Inexperience, is that going to come into play here?
Yeah, this is actually the first foal out of the great Marianne Dravette. And, she's only had a few lifetime starts. And, obviously this is a tough task, and having the outside makes it even tougher. But, I'm very high on her. I think she's going to be a really nice filly moving forward. And, I loved her the first time I drove her. And last week, she just got a little bit aggressive on me. Tony made a few changes, and I think she'll be a lot better.
Nice confidence builder when you're driving, and Tony Alagna uses you on a horse like this.
Oh, absolutely. I think she's going to be a really good filly moving forward. And, it's just really nice being able to drive horses for Tony.
Saturday night in the Breeders' Crown, you have New Year for Ross Corrigan and the Filly Pace.
Yeah, New Year, I got lucky and I picked her up there in the Jugette, and she was second. And I haven't driven her since, but she was actually really good last week in her elimination. And I think the 10 hole is actually a pretty nice spot to have.
Okay, play tricks on me. It didn't cost a lot of money, $4,500, but he doesn't know that.
He definitely doesn't know that. And I mean, last week he left basically as fast as a trotter could leave off the wings, 26-2. And I don't think we'll have to do that this week. And that should save more, for the end of the mile. And I think that horse has a pretty good shot.
What would be cooler than Captain Barboza winning the Jug and the Breeders' Crown in back-to-back months?
That would be really special. He's a really nice horse, and he was off 3 weeks last week, and he'll be a lot tighter for the final. And if things go his way, he could definitely go with them guys.
Joe Bongiorno, 27 years old. Things are going good. Keep it going.
Thank you very much.
11th race, Pacers on the track. 3 little fillies in the Blazing Britches. $25,000 pace, field of 10. From post 1, it's Maggie Ree, owned by Wilson Racing in Martinsville, Illinois. Neff and Eichberger of Illinois. Ricky McCumber drives. 2, Fox Valley Exploit, owned by David DeBringham and Kyle Husted. Kyle Husted driving. 3, Sea Dog Lady, owned by Dave Towle of Leamington, Ontario. Yannick Gingras aboard. 4 is the Bethanator, owned by Megan Rogers Racing Stables with Tim Tetrick. 5, McMarkle's Sparkle, owned by Laura and the Paul Baker of Galloway, Ohio. Peter Wren drives. 6, Hoochie Girl, owned by Miller Racing Stable. Gilbert Howell and Hartley of Indiana. Taylor Smith. 7, Western Sierra, John Barnard, the owner, with Sam Widger. The 8, Mama Moonshine, owned by Storm and Norman of Shipshewana, Nathan Yoder and LNS Racing of Anderson. Lil Miller drives. 9, Rocket Out, DNR Racing Stable of Benton, Kentucky, the owner, Dexter Dunn of the bike. 10, Brooks Ocean, owned by Michelle Weinman of Carrollton, Illinois. Brandon Bates in the Sulky, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Pick 5 wagering. 1 minute. Horses approaching the starting gate. Three of the pacing fillies enter the stretch for the start. They're at the post. And they're off in the blazing breeches. First out for the lead, Maggie Ree. Alongside Sea Dog Lady, and from between horses, Fox Valley Exploit. Brooks Ocean to the inside with early position fourth as they head to the first turn. McSparkle Sparkle is next. They race into the first turn, reaching the quarter-mile marker on the inside. Racing in sixth is the Bethanator. Then comes Hoochie Girl, followed by Western Sierra. The opening quarter was 26-2 as they make the turn to the backstretch. Leading the way, it's Sea Dog Lady. Sea Dog Lady by a length and a half. Inside, Maggie Ree with Brooks Ocean next in third. Fox Valley Exploit races fourth. McMarkle Sparkle is fifth. The Bethanator sixth, and Hoochie Girl seventh. Then it's Western Sierra, followed by Beautiful Beach. And Mama Moonshine. Rock It Out is the trailer as they line up past the half in 54-4. Racing onto the far turn, Sea Dog Lady by a length. Maggie Ree hot on her heels in second. Brooks Ocean is right there in striking distance third. And here comes McMarkle Sparkle charging up on the outside, the Bethanator in tow. Fox Valley Exploit locked in shuffle is now sixth and moving on the outside. Racing in seventh, it's Hoochie Girl. They approach the three-quarter-mile marker. Mama Moonshine on the move as well. 3/4 and 123-2. They're in the stretch. Sea Dog Lady has the lead to the outside. It's McMarkle Sparkle. Down to the inside, Maggie Ree. Out of the center of the track is the Bethanator. Into the passing lane comes Brooks Ocean. It's a cavalry charge to the wire. Maggie Ree, Brooks Ocean coming through. To the outside is the Bethanator. To the wire, Brooks Ocean coming through in 151 and 1. The unofficial winner, number 10, Brooks Ocean. Second of 1, Maggie Ree. Third, number 4, the Bethanator. And fourth of 5, McMarkle Sparkle. 10-1, 4-5, unofficial. 11th race official, no changes in race 12. To the winner's circle, winning the 11th in a record time of 151 1/5. It's Brooks Ocean, a talented three-year-old filly by Real Desire. From the Jenna's Beach Boy mare, I'm not a son of a beach. Michelle Weinman of Carrollton, Illinois, the owner, trainer. Brandon Bates, the winning driver. Her 10th win in 12 seasonal starts in that record time of 151 1. Brooks Ocean in the upset returns $46.40 to win, $14.40 to place, and $7.20 to show. The 11th results: Maggie Reed 2, Fox Valley Exploit 11, Sea Dog Lady 6, The Bethanator 3, McMarkle Sparkle 4, Hoochie Girl 8, Western Sierra 5, Mama Moonshine 7, Rocket Out 9, Brooks Ocean the winner, Beautiful Beach 10. Top down 2, 11, 6, 3, 4, 8, 5, 7, 9, 1, 10.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
Comes away marked in third. Schnitzel do something down to the inside fourth.
Our Breeders' Crown coverage continues. The two-year-old filly Pace coming up next here at race number 12. Welcome back, everybody. Peter Leary alongside Emily Gaskin. Emily, we just saw the pick 4 payout. If you were lucky enough, $10,000.
But lucky for you, Peter, another pick 4 starts right here in the 12th race. And I say lucky for you because I know you were a little unlucky there having that 22-1 shot, but getting knocked out by our man, Bob McClure.
Yeah. They only used 2 instead of used 3. Well, another story of playing. Let's talk about this race coming up. I had a feeling this was going to be a wide open contest here, and it turns out it is. The actual slight favorite goes to Continual Lou, 7-2 here for the mighty Ron Burke barn.
Yeah, quite a change of pace, no pun intended there. Last week sent off at 92-1, getting some much more respect to this week. That was actually the longest shot winner in elimination history as Continual Lou gets up and paces home in 26 seconds. I, like you, though, I thought this was maybe the most wide open of the 4 divisions tonight. I think it's a very competitive group from top to bottom. I think you can make a case for a number of these fillies, and just like we saw on a streak at a little bit of a price, I think you could be stubborn and shop for a price here in this evening's 12th race.
If Continual Lou wins, fine. But most bettors will tell you, you didn't like the horse at 92-1. Why do you like it tonight at 7-2? If they win, it's a fair price. I think what it does from a player standpoint, Emily, is it allows us to maybe take a look at it more seriously and say a horse that maybe should be 2-1, 9-5, you're going to get better value on.
Yeah, and I also think, she could be just kind of a form reversal. I mean, she's been racing well all season long, but maybe not to the level that we saw her last week. So could have been, not often you say a breakthrough mile, but she got over the surface well. She raced in the Kentuckiana here and just honestly raced well. You couldn't really say she raced well or raced bad. So with the inside post draw here, the thing I think is interesting, David Miller opting to go back to Blue Diamond Eyes, who he of course drove to a 4th place finish in his elimination, and David Miller already with the winner on the program in Breeders' Crown. So he opts to go to a Blue Diamond Eyes. Brian Sears picks up the call on Continual Lou.
I guess it's okay when you get a Hall of Famer to say one Hall of Famer comes off, another one says, that's okay, I'll take it. Let's talk about the 2 horses. You and I like the same 2. In fact, we actually like the same 3. We just flip-flopped them. You like the 2 JK Always Be a Lady, and I like the 7 First Start Hanover. We flipped them from who we put them on top. What was it about JK's Always Be a Lady?
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. I really liked this filly last week, and it was tempted to make her my long shot of the program, but chickened out or what have you. But she was a decisive winner, and you got a decent price. She was sent off at near 6-1. She paced home in 27 seconds. Look, this filly, there's a lot to like about this filly. Inside post draw, she's the daughter of JK. She's a lady who, of course, is a 2-time Breeders' Crown champion. You've also got, she's sired by Always Be Mickey, who, of course, is a Breeders' Crown champion. So not only does she have pedigree for days, she's got winning connections, and she gets the inside post draw. Coming in off of a confidence-boosting win, the filly has had 8 starts, and I think she's one of those that's peaking at the right time.
I agree with you. 5-star Hanover, though, the 7. To me, if there's going to be a front runner in this race, I think it might be them. However, it's not always a guarantee here. At least we've seen the last few days. You make the lead early, you may not necessarily be there at the wire. We'll talk more about the race, but they are coming out on the track. Again, these are the 2-year-old filly Pacers. $600,000 on the line. The Breeders' Crown 2-year-old filly Pace.
The Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old Philly Pacers, presented by Deem, a mechanical and electrical company. 12th race, 2-year-old Philly Pacers in the Breeders' Crown Final. $600,000 purse. The one is Continual Lou. Bred by Berg Racing and Weaver Buscemi, is owned by Berg Racing and Weaver Buscemi. Ron Berg trains. Brian Sears driving Continual Lou. The 2, JK Always Be a Lady. Bred by the Three Brothers Stables of New York, owned by the Three Brothers Stable. Nancy Tactor trains. Yannick Gingras drives. JK Always Be a Lady. 3, Caviar Andre, bred by White Birch Farms of New Jersey, owned by the Caviar Farms of Vienna, Virginia. Nancy Tactor trains. Andrew McCarthy drives. Caviar Andre. The 4, Paula's Bet Hanover, bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms, owned by Christopher Nicol of England. Ron Burke trains. Chris Page drives. Paula's Bet Hanover. 5, Scarlet Hanover, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, owned by Burke Racing. Bolakino, J&T Silva, Perlin Libby, and Weaver Buscemi. Ron Burke trains. Matt Kakali drives. Scarlet Hanover. The 6, Blue Diamond Eyes, bred by the Brittany Farms of Kentucky, owned by Thomas and Scott Dillon of Maine. Ron Burke trains. David Miller drives. Blue Diamond Eyes. 7, Fire Start Hanover, bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms, owned by the Pinsky Stables. David Hosey and Lawrence Means. Nifty Norman trains. Dexter Dunn drives. Fire Start Hanover. The 8, Nashville Elgina, bred by Crawford Farms of New York, owned by Crawford Farms Racing and Domain Haven Farms. Tony and Lanya trains. Joe Bongiorno drives. Nashville Elgina. The 9, Notorious Pink, bred by Riverview Breeding and Visionary Breeders, owned by Elanya and Grant Stable, Big Al Stables, Riverview Racing, and Federa and Head Stable. Tony Elanya trains. Tim Tetrick drives. Notorious Pink. And the 10, Something Beautiful, bred by Aaron Stutzman of Goshen, Indiana, owned by Taylor, Gold, Bazin, and Lombardo. Dylan Davis trains. Scott Zeron gets the call to drive Something Beautiful in the 12th. It's the Breeders' Crown, presented by Deem. For your commercial and industrial constructional need, choose Deem LLC. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick for Wagering.
Welcome back, everybody. The 2-year-old Philly Pace here on our Breeders' Crown Friday night. Emily, we're looking at the usual participants here. They're kind of going back and forth as far as the wagering is concerned. I want to call attention to the 9, Notorious Pink. Yes, draws the dreaded outside post. When was the last time you saw Tim Tetrick with a 10-1 shot on the finals?
Yeah, not often. A similar story for his brother Tracy Tetrick. Saw him at double-digit odds earlier, and not often you see there. So Tim Tetrick picks up this daughter of Captain Treacherous, who really has had a very nice resume all season long. 10 starts. She's been on the board in 9 of them. A tough outside assignment from Post 9. Was forwardly placed last week. I thought she was raced rather aggressively. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to race her here tonight from post position number 9.
Tony Alania looking for his 7th Breeders' Crown. He has 2 in the race. Nashville Elgina, as we mentioned. I would normally think if you saw 2 of them together, maybe one sets up for the other, but they both have kind of a similar style. They don't want the lead. They can be close, but more times than not, they might be coming off the pace.
Yeah, and Nashville Elgina, talk about pedigree. This filly, obviously, out of the great Andrew Vett. She a Breeders' Crown champion, and actually 2-time Breeders' Crown champion. Same story for Always Be Mickey, her sire. So very stylish pedigree here for Nashville Elgina, but she certainly going to need to step up her game here. She's been racing in against Overnight Company. She did race well in her elimination. Joe Bongiorno picks up the call from post position number 8. Type of filly that's probably going to need things, not probably, going to need things to work out in her favor.
You look at a horse like Blue Diamond Eyes, the 6. Ron Burke sends out Dave Miller, looking for his 3rd winner on the night, his 2nd Breeders' Crown if he was successful. This is a horse that likes to get involved early. Last time out in the Breeders' Crown elimination, not the same case, was parked out fairly far back for most of the race. Do you think it was the off going?
Yeah, just kind of one of those nights that you kind of had to put a question mark. She's, of course, the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes champion. She's a well-traveled filly. She's raced well at over a lot of different surfaces, and just one of those that I don't think was her night. And as I said earlier, I thought it was interesting, Dave Miller opting to go back to Blue Diamond Eyes after winning the elimination. with Continual Lose. So he obviously sees a little bit that he likes a little more about Blue Diamond Eyes. And I'll say I agree with him. This filly does own some versatility. I like that she's now had to start over the Hoosier Park Oval. And as we talked about, this track can be tough to navigate. So she figures to be a little sharper here with the start over the surface.
Dexter Dunn, you can see there in the bike on the 7 Firestart Hanover. We talked about a little earlier for Nifty Norman. This combination has done very well. This is a horse who has done very well. 6 of 10 in the winner's circle this year, 2 seconds, has made over $217,000. Again, another one that set the early pace after getting not exactly the trip. I think they won it from the rail last time out in the eliminations, though. Dexter Dunn, can you say anything else about this guy that hasn't been said? 10-time New Zealand champion, decided to come out here to a family friend, Chris Ryder, and the rest is history.
Yeah, very much so. And I'll be honest, he's been a little quiet tonight. In the eliminations, he was hot and he had won a number of races. So wouldn't be surprised here. I know this is your top choice, and this is one of those fillies I kept trying to beat her, and you just kept coming back to her because she's been racing so well. Like you said, 8 times been on the board, $217,000 on the season. And last week she was put on the front. I thought she was raced. She got some nice fractions, and Continual Lou just the better filly that night. So I think it's a nice price on Firestart Hanover given her recent form.
Matt Kikali, as you can see in front of there with the 5 Scarlet Hanover, again for the mighty Ron Burke barn. This horse really has done absolutely nothing wrong all season long. Last time out, I thought was a nice, strong performance going into Breeders' Crown. As we were talking the previous Breeders' Crown race, you want a good performance, whether you're 3rd, 4th, or 5th. What you don't want to do is lay it all on the line in the elimination.
Yeah, and Scarlet Hanover, the Ontario Sire Stakes champion, she comes into Hoosier Park after that second place in the elimination. But of course, we saw these horses come in from Woodbine on a streak, successful. So Scarlet Hanover, we've talked about this before too. Woodbine, one of those tracks, I think translates well to the Hoosier Park Oval. The horses show the similar type of speed, and like you said, she's not done a lot wrong. She joins the Ron Burke barn for the 2nd consecutive start, and as we talked about earlier, Ron Burke barn has been hot as of late, so you figure she's going to be a little sharper here tonight, and you're getting 7-2.
Let's talk about the 2-3 horse here. Caveat Audrey, Andrew McCarthy driving for Nancy Tactor. Tactor with 2 in the race, including the 2, JK Always Be a Lady. This horse, it's tough for me to make a case as a winner, but maybe if everything goes right, an exotic play? Yeah,
I'm right there with you. I think if you're looking for an exotic play, if you're looking to maybe try to beat the favorite here on that Pick 4 ticket, want to remind everybody we got a $40,000 guaranteed pool coming up in the Pick 4, late Pick 4. Also want to remind everybody, Gabe Pruitt's got an 8-1 shot. He's going to the 10 something beautiful, the lone Indiana sired filly in the field. Scott Zeron picks up the call for Dylan Davis. The filly has been a model of consistency in Indiana Sire Stakes Company. Stepped up last week to her elimination and looked like she just got steppy down the lane. Tim Tetrick having to kind of gather her up there. But to talk about a filly, she certainly owns the most wins in the field over this surface.
Board players, by looking at the board, it kind of gives you the indication you're on your own. I went 4 deep in this Pick 4. I went the route of the 2, 6, 7, and 9. JK Always Be a Lady, the 6. Blue Diamond Eyes, the 7. Firestart Hanover, the 9. Notorious Pink. It's one of those races I won't be shocked if anybody wins.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. We haven't talked about Paula's Bet Hanover from the Ron Burke barn as well. Chris Page saying he really likes the spot for this 2-year-old filly by Betting Line, who has been on the board in 7 of 9. She's right now at 30-1.
And what's interesting, too, with Chris Page, he's proven his prowess for the most part. He does his racing on the 5/8 tracks and the half-mile tracks. But from what I've seen from tonight, he only has a winner on the card. He is fearless down that stretch, man. If he sees the hole, he goes for it.
Yeah, very much so. Especially when the money's on the line. And like I said here, getting a price on Chris Page, who is right now at 31-1. The one we saw earlier, favoritism 7-2. She's right now at 12-1.
Horses getting ready, just about to come into line here. Again, we have Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The Pick 4, as Emily pointed out, with that guaranteed $40,000 Pick 4 pool. That is huge. And as the night goes on, we're just getting started here. There's going to be plenty of people that are going to be pulling in on this one. I'm not shocked at all that we're looking at that 2-1 on the 7 Firestart Hanover. Since we still got a couple of minutes here, as far as the early pace, I tend to say it's probably going to be Dexter Dunn going with Firestart Hanover. Who do you think is most likely to go with them?
That'd be the 5 Scarlet Hanover, Matt Kakaley. Filly shows speed at both ends of the mile. Looks like she likes to leave alertly. I'm right there with you. I think Firestart Hanover is the pace dictator in here. But I think with the post draw, Scarlet Hanover has to be forwardly placed, has to be raced aggressively. Similar type of story, though, for JK Always Be a Lady. Last week she came from off the pace, but with this inside post draw, I think she's going to want to stalk the pace, and I think she's going to want to stay up close.
I would love to see another victory there for Nancy Tactor, of course, the daughter of Jimmy Tactor. She is a very, very good horsewoman in her own right. Obviously, she learned from the best, being an assistant for her father for a number of years.
Yeah, very much so. And like I said last week, super hot barn in the eliminations. A number of her starters making it right into the finals. So certainly one to pay attention to. Stablemate Caviar Audrey right now at 19-1, but Andy McCarthy, no stranger to the upsets.
Betting wise, if you're looking here, we're getting close as the starting card is starting to come into line. We still got about a minute and a half left here. If you're looking at the 2 long shots, everyone else is pretty much given that puncher's chance here. The 4 and the 8. Paula's bet Hanover, the 8 Nashville Eljana. Which of the 2, if you had to say I'm using, which would it be?
I'm going to Paula's bet Hanover with that inside post draw. Just like you said earlier, I think Chris Page gives her a good aggressive steer. And the type of filly that maybe hasn't won a lot of races or won any of those big type of races, but she's danced the big dances with some of these fillies. Of course, she was just racing in a numbers of 1 down at the Red Mile. But type of filly that I don't think that she's going to get the job done. But I think she could certainly factor if the trip works out in her favor for that 29-1 price.
Does that affect you when you see something like that, a non-winners or one, or do you think sometimes it's just one of those situations where they go, here's a good spot for us, let's see if we still got enough to go to the big dance?
Well, I think it's certainly going from a non-winners 1 to winning the Breeders' Crown Final is a large jump, but just the type of filly that maybe hasn't had things go her way, maybe the type of filly that's just a little camera shy.
$600,000 on the line, the 2-year-old filly's Breeders' Crown pace, the 5-2 lukewarm favorite, that is the 7 Firestart Hanover. Let's get out to Steve Cross. Mr. Cross, it's all yours.
2-year-old filly pacers in the Breeders' Crown, presented by Deem. Lining up, moving in. Field of 10 enters the stretch for the start. Here they come. And they're on it. Inside the third now, it's Scarlet Hanover. Halfway, someone 55-3. And here comes the outer flow, led by Something Beautiful. And Caviar Audrey hot on her heels. Continue Baloo locked and shuffled here. Blue Diamond Eyes is gapping the moving cover as they circle the far turn. Firestart Hanover has the lead a length. JK Always Be a Lady is trapped in behind in second. Something Beautiful is looming on the outside third. They reach the 3/4 mile marker. 123-3 into the stretch on the way home of the Breeders' Crown. It's Firestart Hanover with the lead. JK Always Be a Lady setting chase into second. Off stride Something Beautiful, and to the outside comes Scarlet Hanover, and down to the inside Continue Baloo. It's Firestart Hanover to the outside. JK Always Be a Lady, and a fast closing Scarlet Hanover to the wire. Firestart Hanover in 150-4. Photo sign posted. Photo for win. Unofficial winner, the 7, Fire Start Hanover. Second, the 2, JK Always Be a Lady. Third, number 5, Scarlet Hanover. Fourth, the 1, Continual Lou. 7, 2, 5, 1 unofficial. Making her way back to the Victory Hill Farms winner's circle. The unofficial winner of the Breeders' Crown, presented by Deem. Fire Start Hanover. A bay daughter of Some Beach Somewhere, out of Fit to Frame by Art Major. Up at the Pinsky Stables, David Ozzie and Lawrence Means of Minnesota and Pennsylvania. Nifty Norman, the trainer. Dexter Dunn, the winning driver. Fire Start Hanover, recording her 7th career victory. Biggest to date in her 11 lifetime starts. Just 1/5 of a second off an established best, winning the Breeders' Crown in 1:50 and 4/5 seconds. Fire Start Hanover returns $8.20 to win, $3.80 and $2.80. Exacta $30, trifecta $87.80, $2 superfecta $443 even. Fire Start Hanover, the Breeders' Crown champion 2020. No changes in the upcoming 13th race. Twelfth race results: Continual Lou 4, JK Always Be a Lady was 2nd, Caviar Andre 7, Paula's Bet Hanover 5, Scarlet Hanover 3, Blue Diamond Eyes 6, Fire Start Hanover the winner, Nashville Algena 10, Notorious Pink 9, Something Beautiful 8, Top Down 4, 2, 7, 5, 3, 6, 1, 10, 9, 8.
On fire is Fire Start Hanover taking the 2-year-old filly Pace here. Tremendous drive by Dexter Dunn. Dexter, congratulations. For starters, in the elimination, a similar trip, but this time you were the third over getting into the lead there. Was that planned by design, or was it just you had no other alternative?
Well, when we looked at the race on paper, there was about 5 that I thought could leave out of there pretty hard. So it was one of those races we had to see what was happening out of the gate, but really only a couple come out hard. So from the 7 hole we pushed out, we got into a pretty good hole around the first turn, and Yannick made his move, and I made the move not long after, and she was much sharper this week than last week, which I talked to Nifty after the race and knew she would be, and we needed the line late, but she ran a good race.
Yannick was coming. Did you know he was on your outside?
Yeah, I could feel him coming already, so I was crying out for that line to come up, but she was getting a little tight in the end, but it was a great run.
All right. We really appreciate the time. Thank you so much for it.
That's great to be here.
All right. Let's talk to Nifty Norman if we can. Nifty, if you could get in here. Congratulations, sir. Your fifth Breeders' Crown. Can you put into words how special this is for you?
It's a fantastic evening. It's a race you want to win all year. It's one you circle on the calendar, and it's just great to be here.
How confident were you in the race? Because as Dexter pointed out, he thought there was at least 5 of them, and 3 of them made what looked to be a winning move.
Yeah, it's a very strong division, but I have a lot of confidence in that filly. She raced good last week. Had been a little sick prior to that, so I thought she'd be better. And the draw was a little bit of a worry, and she had to do a lot of work, but beautiful filly, great filly.
On a fun note, what's it like to get the Kiwis to the Breeders' Crown and get them on the way?
Yeah, there's quite a few of us showing up here, so it's good fun, yeah.
All right, well, it's good fun having you here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Let's talk to Marla Pinsky. Miss Pinsky, if you could come over. This is just very exciting to meet you. Congratulations for everything you do in the standardbred world.
It's a wonderful evening with your family.
Well, let's talk about the race. Coming into it off that elimination.
I'm sorry, but I can't hear you.
All right, well, I'll try a little louder. Coming off that elimination last time out,
yes.
How confident were you going into this race?
Very confident. Not a problem. Absolutely.
Can you put into words what it means to win the Breeders' Crown? I know it's something.
Well, we won the first one last year ever.
How about this horse in particular?
Just wonderful. Absolutely.
Any plan? What are the plans for after this?
Oh, she will go back to Florida for the winter, I'm sure.
All right. Well, we really appreciate the time, Ms. Pinsky. Continued success. We want to see you here a lot more.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, as you know, we're rolling. And right now, the man who knows everything, the encyclopedia of racing, is standing by out at the paddock. Let's get out to Bob Hollywood Hayden. Hollywood, what do you got for us?
We're in the paddock, and we're about wrapping one more Breeders' Crown race tonight, 8 tomorrow night. There'll be races 8 through 15. There'll be a special pick 8 just for the occasion. And as we look tonight so far, 3 different drivers have won. Last year, the 2-year-olds averaged $25.20 as a win price. Tonight, a little bit different. Bob McClure, by the way, is the only driver who had not won a crown before. He becomes the 95th driver to win a Breeders' Crown race. Dave Miller's now $1.5 million away from $250 million lifetime. Only John Campbell has eclipsed that number, and he did it in the Breeders' Crown back in 2007 with Snow White and the 2-year-old filly Trot. 7 of the 12 Breeders' Crowns last year were won by a first-time winning driver. Andy McCarthy 4, Dexter 2, and Joe Bongiorno 1. The last time we had a different driver win every race in the entire Breeders' Crown year was 1995. And the 14th race coming up, the last Breeders' Crown race for the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings, Always Be Mickey is prominent with posts 2, 3, and 4, including Perfect Sting going for a 10 for 10 season. Joe Holloway is the only trainer who raced 35 years ago. That's right. He was 5th back in 1985 with a horse called Tough Choice in the Open, and he's back with the undefeated and horse to beat. He, Southwind Gendry, and Always a Mickey have posts 2, 3, and 4 from the first crop. 6 of the 10 in that field are from first crop sires, J.K. Andavanir and Betting Line 2. By the way, J.K. Andavanir at 3 was one of those horses who gave Always Be Mickey all he could handle right there. Nancy Tactor trains the 4 Always Be Mickey. She's won this final each of the last 2 years. And Ron Burke, Southwind Gendry, he dominated this race back in 2011 with a world record, Sweet Lou, 49 flat. That record held 7 years until a filly beat it. Warwi Butte, and guess what? Ron Burke trained her too. So looking at the 14th race, the $600,000 on the line, likely the last start of the year for Perfect Sting Southwind Gendry figure to hook up. It's going to be great. Neither one has lost a race in the last 2 months. Get ready for tomorrow night's card. 8 Breeders' Crown races 8 through 15. Now we'll send it back upstairs to the set.
Race 13 on the track. It's the Pegasus 4-3 of the Pacing Fillies, a $50,000 event. Field of 10 with no changes. One Somebody's Lily owned by Eli Swartz of White Pigeon, Michigan. Mike Osting drives. 2 Should Have Been a TD owned by Burke Racing and Weaver Buscemi, Yannick Gingras aboard. 3 Alligator, Howard Taylor the owner, Dexter Dunn drives. The 4 Mystical Carry owned by the Mystical Marker Farms with Trace Tetrick. 5 Jeannie Rockwell, Marlon Fry the owner, James Yoder the driver. The 6 Pen Paper Page owned by Shirley Levin with Tyler Smith. 7 Marlowe Hanover owned by Let It Ride Stables of Boca Raton, Florida with Andrew McCarthy. The 8 Grace Rocks. Howard Taylor the owner, Joey Putnam drives. 9 Keystone Eureka owned by Miller Racing Stable, Tim Tetrick. And the 10 Annabelle Hanover owned by Pollock Racing and Jeff Cullen for Sam Widger in the sulky. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Pick 3 wagering. Even less than a minute. It's Turner calls. Gates rolling. Three of the pacing fillies in the Pegasus enters the stretch for the start. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. From the outside, Pen Paper Page and her outside, Marlowe Hanover. Mystical Carry coming away third. Grace Rocks speeding up early on the outside. Putnam showing his hand. He'll go 3 deep into that first turn. Somebody's Lily down to the inside is fifth. Racing is sixth as they round the first turn. Jeannie Rockwell. Then comes Should Have Been a TD and Alligator. 25-4, blistering first quarter here, set by Grace Rocks as they line up on the backstretch. Grace Rocks by 2. Marlowe Hanover to the inside, races second. Pen Paper Page is next in third. Fourth on the inside, then Mystical Carry. And another 2 lengths to Somebody's Lily in fifth. Jeannie Rockwell racing in sixth. Seventh on the inside, Should Have Been a TD. To the outside, eighth comes Annabelle Hanover. And it's Alligator. As they race past the half, 53-2. And coming to the outside, Guy Waterhouse, they race out of the far turn. Led by Grace Rocks, and the filly still there by a length, but on her back, Marlowe Hanover is trapped. There to her outside, Mystical Carry, as they approach the 3/4 mile marker. Mystical Carry and Grace Rocks together at 3/4 and 1, 21-4 into the stretch. And here's Mystical Carry. Mystical Carry taking the lead as Grace Rocks folds. Marlowe Hanover up and around, and out of the side of the track comes Pen Paper Page. Now less than a 16th to go. It's Mystical Carry with the lead. Marlowe Hanover to the outside is Pen Paper Page. They come to the wire. Mystical Carry will outlast the field to win the Pegasus in 149-3. Unofficial winner number 4, Mystical Carry. Second, the 6. Pen Paper Page. Third, number 2. Should Have Been a TD. Fourth, the 7. Marlowe Hanover. 4-6-2-7. Returning at trackside to the Victory Hill Farms Winners Circle, Official winner of the Pegasus for 3 of the Pacing Fillies, Mystical Carry, Indiana sired a daughter of Tell It Like It Is, and a Mystical Victress by Sportsmaster. Homebred is owned by Dennis Lacome's Mystical Marker Farms of Valparaiso. Irv Miller, the trainer, Trace Tetrick, the winning driver. The sixth season's victory and second consecutive. Pacing the mile in 149-3, returning $3.80 to win. 260 and 240, the exacta 4160, trifecta 679.60. $2 superfecta $2,228. Upcoming 14th race, no changes. Thirteenth result, Somebody's Lily 6, should have been a TD 3, Alligator 11, Mystical Carry the winner, Jeannie Rockwell 5, Pen Paper Page 2, Marlo Hanover 4, Grace Rocks 10, Keystone Eureka 7, Annabelle Hanover 8, Guy Waterhouse 9. Top down 6, 3, 11, 1, 5, 2, 4, 10, 7, 8, 9.
Captive audience on the outside of
Discover the best in North American standardbred racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
But Tetrick's got the motors
With the highest daily average purses in North America, racing 4 nights a week, and an industry-leading stakes program, Woodbine Mohawk Park offers the most opportunities to win.
rushes up on the far outside.
Join the growing ranks of owners from all over the globe and race with us at the #1 standardbred racetrack in North America.
Here at Jack Daniels, we drink our whiskey just as fast as we make it. We don't make it very fast. Thanks for sipping responsibly.
Just a few minutes to the 14th race here at Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. This the $600,000 Breeders' Crown Final for two-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Joining me right here in the studio, Gabe Pruitt. And Gabe, it has been quite a night. We've seen some very impressive performances, and I think it's safe to say we're in the line for another barn burner here.
Yeah, I think so as well. Looking forward to this one. This was my most anticipated matchup, I think, on the Friday night. The Breeders' Crown Championship, probably with this matchup between the undefeated Perfect Sting. Southwind Gendry should be quite the matchup here. A little more discrepancy in the price that I thought right down the board is Perfect Sting takes the majority of that action right now. He's odds on there. And Southwind Gendry, if they're 5-2, I thought they'd be a little more leveled out. It obviously doesn't shock me. The Perfect Sting is the favorite. So we'll see how it goes. As you said, it's been a great night. We've seen some great pools as well as multi-race wagers taking a ton of action. That late pick 4 tonight, better than 64,000 wagered into the pool. So we're back tomorrow night, Emily. We've got that exact same wagering format with 3 pick 5s, 3 pick 4s. And oh, by the way, how about the 20-cent pick 8? That should be huge tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that should be a very exciting, like you said, a great wagering format. One small note tomorrow as far as the pick 4 is concerned. Like I said, we've got those pick 4s, but the pick 4 tomorrow, that late pick 4 starts, or mid-card pick 4 rather, starts in races 7 through 9 because we've got that pick 8 in race number 8 tomorrow. So the mid-card pick 4 starts in race number 7 tomorrow. And but like you said, just a awesome card tomorrow as far as the wagering is concerned. I like you a little surprised here with the price discrepancy. Of course, like you said, I've got a little bit of time here, but Perfect Sting right now at 3-5. And you said this. I said this a little earlier on in the show, Gabe. This is kind of what the Breeders' Crown is all about. Of course, these two colts have had just impressive resumes all season long, but they've kind of gone their separate ways. They've raced. They haven't raced each other. Southwind Gendry, of course, Always Be Mickey, both by Always Be Mickey, but Southwind Gendry going more the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes route, and Perfect Sting going to the Kentucky Sire Stakes. So kind of going their separate ways, and it all comes down to the crown, as we have been saying all night, and that's what you have here.
Yeah, in the last few times where they've had the opportunity to hook up, they've just drawn in different divisions. Of course, they've raced both weeks in Lexington Grand Circuit action. We unfortunately never got to see them match up there. They've missed each other in last week's Breeders' Crown Elimination. So even when they've been on site together, we just haven't seen them been together. But this matchup, it is going to be a showdown. Neither of those colts could have looked possibly any better here last week, Emily. They're not in alone, by the way. This is a pretty deep group of two-year-old pacing colts, but we've got a couple of major headliners here.
Yeah, take nothing away from the rest of this field, but like you said, these two colts have just done, and we talk about this all the time. These 2-year-olds, they have their ups, their downs, but these two colts have just been phenomenal all season long and have just been so impressive. And like I said, there is a full field set to go postward here, but I, like you, I had a hard time separating these two. I was kind of hoping last week when we saw them in the elimination, I would maybe think one looked better over the surface. Of course, Southwind Gendry victorious in the Jenna's Beach Boy here the Elevation here at Harris Hoosier Park a little earlier on in the season. And I thought one might look better than the other, but Southwind Gendry kind of switching up his tactics, going on the front. I thought they were both very equally impressive last week.
I thought so as well. It's tough for me to take a stand at this point against Perfect Sting because he's just got a knack to get it done. That was an unbelievable win there a couple of starts back at Lexington, Emily, when he was up there by just a head over Summa Cum Laude, who's back at this field as well. He's 9 for 9, so I didn't have the nerve to take a stand against him and pick against him here. But I don't blame anyone for backing Southwind Gendry. He was wrapped up, completely cruising home last time, 25-4, and again at a much better price tonight. So if you really can't separate these two, so to speak, why not go to the better price, 5-2? That's shockingly big. I thought when it was all said and done here, we may see a 4-5 type price on Perfect Sting, 7-8-5 on Southwind Gendry. So again, I'm a little surprised right now, a 5-2 here in the early stages.
Yeah, I agree with you completely there. As we said, there are some other horses in this field, a very nice group of 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings, and they are set to come onto the track, and we'll get to the post parade, and Gabe and I will take a little closer look at those other competitors after the post parade.
It's the Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings, presented by Woodbine Standardbred, a new breed of experience. 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings at 1 mile, purse of $600,000 from Post 1. J.K. Going West, bred by Leroy Schmucker's Silver Linden Farms of Grable, Indiana, owned by Bill Beachy of Bell, Florida, and David Furch of Walkerton, Indiana. Lil Wayne Miller, the driver to Perfect Sting, bred by Brittany Farms and Valdeor Farms, owned by the Brittany Farms and Valdeor. Joe Holloway trains, David Miller driving Perfect Sting. 3 is Southwind Gendry, bred by Southwind Farms of New Jersey, owned by Burke Racing, Calera, Knox Services, J&T, Silva, Perlin, and Libby. Ron Burke trains, Yannick Gingard drives Southwind Gendry. The 4 is Always a Mickey, bred by Sargent Stables, owned by Tactor, Anderberg, Liverman. Now the Rudgen Stables, Nancy Tactor trains, Dexter Dunn drives. Always a Mickey. 5 is Bayfield Beach, bred by Schooner 2 Stables, owned by Crossover Racing, Country Club Acres, Richard Lombardo Racing, and Joseph Bracco of Ohio. Brian Brown trains, Trace Tetrick drives Bayfield Beach. The 6, Summa Cum Laude, bred by Nick Serg Stable and Jail Benson Stables, owned by Burke Racing, Calera, J&T Silva, Perlin, and Libby, and Weaver Brissemi. Ron Burke trains, Brian Sears drives Summa Cum Laude. 7 is a Buckabent Hanover, bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms, owned by Barbaria Stable, Jablonski held Stable, Dugaria and Alanya, and in the Gym of New Jersey. Tony Alanya trains, Andrew McCarthy drives a Buckabent Hanover. 8 is Caviar Lotus, bred by Caviar Farms, owned by Caviar Farms. Nancy Tactor trains, Tim Tetrick drives Caviar Lotus. The 9, Captain's Place, bred by Dr. Fred Krzelinski of Alberta, Canada, owned by the CT Stables of Washington Courthouse, Ohio. John Ackley trains, Tyler Smith drives Captain's Place. And the 10, Literal Lad Hanover, bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms, owned by Burke Racing, J&T, Silva, Perlin, and Libby, Weaver Brissemi, and Wingfield 5 of Ohio. Ron Burke trains, Matt Kikali driving Literal Lad Hanover. It's the Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings, presented by Woodbine, Standardbred, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta Late Double Wagering.
Well, I got to tell you, down here at the apron, again, everyone looks tremendous, as you would expect during the Breeders' Crown. But this, to me, is an interesting race. Yes, it looks like, as Gabe and Emily were pointing out, I mean, it looks like these two horses, Perfecting and Southwind Gendry, just look to be battling each other. Hopefully, we're going to see a throwdown like we're expecting. However, 2 points. One, guys, everyone in this race is capable of a sub-27 final quarter. If they're jammed up at the top of the stretch, that could bode well for these deep closers. Point 2, yes, I think it's a 2-horse race between the 2 of them, but in the pick 4, I included the 1 J.K. Going West. Had a chance to talk to Wayne Miller earlier in the week over at Pace Setters. He is so confident in this horse. If anybody here was watching the Super Finals a couple of weeks back, he made a bold move. He got checked pretty good in the early part of the race, was double parked out wide, ended up diving in for a hole in the stretch and got the win. I think that horse showed a lot of gumption, a lot of grit, a lot of determination. And if it's a horse race, if for some reason the 2 likely horses duel each other, I think this one is a big opportunity at 9-1.
I think I agree completely, Peter. I have to ask Gabe because that was kind of a question that I had. A Perfect Sting, Southwind Gendry here as we talk about it. You know, if these 2 decide to go at it, neither of these horses, although Perfect Sting is raced on the front, not a need the lead type of horse. How do you see these things shaking out behind the gate?
It's going to be curious. It's going to be a bit of a chess match, Emily. I think they'll be sitting 1-2 at some point. You and I thought this was a 2-horse race. The public, though, Emily, they think it's a 1-horse race right now. Perfect Sting 1-9. On the board. I did not see that coming, so we'll see how this wagering continues to develop here. But I'm not sure which colt will end up on the front, but I think when the dust settles to the backstretch there, past the 3/8 mark. I believe they'll be sitting 1-2, and we'll see when they drop the gloves at the top of the stretch. I think these two clearly just a notch above most of the rest here in this championship event.
Yeah, another horse that we both used underneath those two is the 6 Summa Cum Laude from the Ron Burke barn. Brian Sears that gets the call tonight. This 2-year-old colt has put together a nice resume. He's had 12 starts, been on the board in 8 of them, and he's one of those that sat the pocket. And no one was obviously beating Perfect Sting last weekend, but I thought this colt put in a good effort. He's one of those colts that I think has been racing deceptively well all season long. He hasn't been garnering those headlines like Perfect Sting and Southwind Gentry have, but this horse has put together a very nice campaign in his own regard.
He has. He's gotten even better here late in the season. I thought he really excelled when he rode there in Lexington with us. Post 9 there just missed a Perfect Sting there, half length. Actually tried to sneak up the inside on him. Home 26-1, and then he had Perfect Sting all but beaten. And that second start there in Lexington on October the 10th, he seemed to be home free there. He had quite the jump on Perfect Sting, who was second over and tipped off cover at the top of the stretch. I still thought he was home free into the final 50 yards there, but Perfect Sting somehow, some way found a way to keep that unbeaten streak intact. But Summa Cum Laude, I agree. I think he merits a lot of attention here. He's got some tactical speed. Sears obviously likely probably would get some position out of here, and I think he'll be tracking close once more.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. A horse that was racing well, maybe an opposite story of Summa Cum Laude. That's the 7 A Buck Up at Hanover. The horse really went on a tear there, racing up at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and then has had some struggled a little bit down at Lexington, made a break behind the gate. I thought he raced okay in his elimination. He finished 4th, but he did pace home in 25-4. This horse is a horse that is matched up with Perfect Sting earlier on in this season. As I said, maybe falls a little bit here tonight, but he is right now at 19-1.
Yeah, the train has got off the tracks just a little bit of late, Emily. He's first cropper here by Betting Line from the Alanya Armada. Disappointed there in the Metro Finals, a short price, 20 cents on the dollar. He did have a tough trip, but ultimately did disappoint that night. He took one spin there in Lexington. He made a break there. He lost a ton of ground. Must have lost 10 or 12 lengths. Rallied nicely once he got back pacing. Ended up 4th there. Off that break in stride, I just thought he was conservatively handled here last week. So maybe we'll get a more aggressive steer tonight. We've seen him go with the top shelf stakes colts when he is at his very best. So potentially could give him an excuse last week, again, off that break in stride that he was just handled conservatively. Obviously, he's going to be up there at a decent price, but could figure here in terms of underneath and in the exotics.
Yeah, and I think a similar story for the for Always a Mickey. We just talked about Perfect Sting and Southwind Gentry. If things get heated up between those two, you could look for a horse to come from off the pace. And Always a Mickey paced home in 25-4 last week. He made up all kinds of ground in his back half. He was off by 10 1/4, just beaten 3 3/4 lengths, and the horse has been on the board in 8 of 10. Of course, Dexter Dunn already with a winner on the program, and he gets a post advantage here for the red hot Nancy Tactor barn.
Yeah, and 6 of his 7 career losses, Emily, well, they've come at the hands of either Perfect Sting or Southwind Gentry. So he's had plenty of practice chasing the two favorites around the track, but he's been very close. As you mentioned, 3rd last time. That was a good effort. Being just a half length there in the International Stallion. The prior start at Lexington. So he's proven that he can hang in and be close here against both these horses that are taking all the action here as we head into the 14th.
Getting a little closer here, we got 2-5 on the 2 Perfect Sting as Southwind Gentry 3-1. Both Peter Lurie and the morning line going to the 1 JK going west on their exotic tickets. 11-1 Indiana sired horse by JK End of an Era. This horse has been on the board in 9 of 12. Obviously, very favorable post position here tonight, but going to need things to go in his favor as we get ready for this big matchup between Southwind Gentry and Perfect Sting.
Yeah, certainly a test for class. You got to tip your cap. He's had a great freshman campaign here for the Connections. Never easy here, Emily. We know from Post 9. He got it done there, even without the easiest of journeys in that Indiana Sire Stakes championship event. Last time out, he chased willingly home. But again, I think he's going to have to step things up here to contend for the win against a very good group. But we'll be tracking closely from a good inside post.
Very much so. So we've got 2-5 on the unbeaten Perfect Sting. It looks to go 10 for 10 here. Buckle up, folks. We've got a big matchup in store. The 14th race, the $600,000 Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. We send it up to Steve Cross for the final Breeders' Crown call of the evening.
The Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings, presented by Woodbine Standardbred. Field 10 enters the stretch for the start. Here they come. And they're off in the Breeders' Crown. From the inside, Perfect Sting is stepping away. Southwind Gendry. And from the center of the track, Summa Cum Laude. Down along the pylons, JK Going West with favorable position as they charge into the first turn. Literal Land Hanover along the inside. Approaching the first quarter-mile marker, Always a Mickey. There between horses, Buck Bent Hanover to the outside. Bayfield Beach comes away third last with Caviar Lotus and Captain's Place. 25-3. A blistering first quarter here, set by Jingra and Southwind Gendry as they head down the backstretch, and out of the pocket comes Miller with Perfect Sting. So there goes Perfect Sting, the undefeated freshman, as he throttles up to take the lead. Perfect Sting and nose and neck a length. Southwind Gendry to the inside, and JK Going West is hanging tough in third. Inside to fourth, Summa Cum Laude. Fifth to the outside comes a Buck Bent Hanover, the half. 54-1 as they charge to the far turn. Perfect Sting leads the way a length. Southwind Gendry to the inside is now locked in second. To his outside, the Buck Bent Hanover there to mix it up in third. JK Going West is now locked on the inside. To his outside, Bayfield Beach is well placed second over fifth. Along the pylon, Summa Cum Laude is locked and shuffled. To his outside, Caviar Lotus. They reach three quarters in 1:22-4. Racing for a home in the Breeders' Crown Final. Perfect Sting has the lead. Southwind Gendry to the outside, and here comes JK Going West, angling three wide with less than an eighth of a mile to go. Perfect Sting, the streaker to the line. Southwind Gendry, JK Going West, and a fast closing is Summa Cum Laude to the wire. Tied to the line may have been Perfect Sting, but it's too close. 150-2 in the Breeders' Crown Final. Photo for win. Too close to call there. We'll let the judges decipher the photo. It is a photo for win. Tight on the line. Well, it comes down to the crown, and it comes down to these two colts. And who will it be? Ladies and gentlemen, if it may have your attention, please. The judges unable to separate these two. Thus, a dead heat has been declared, a tie for the win with the two Perfect Sting and the 6 Summa Cum Laude. A dead heat in the Breeders' Crown Final. Finishing third, number 3, Southwind Gendry. And fourth, the 1, JK Going West. Check your tickets carefully. 2631. 6, 2, 3, 1. The 1-2 favorite at a 21-1 long shot, hitting the wire together. So for one, the streak continues as he remains undefeated in his freshman campaign. And for the other, his fourth career victory. Summa cum laude, first back to the Victory Hill Farms winner's circle, a son of some beach somewhere, and a Western graduate by Western Hanover. Burke Racing Stable, Calera, J&T, Silva, Perlin, and Libby with Weaver Buscemi, the owners. Ron Burke trains, Brian Sears, the winning driver. That is a career best for him. 150-2, and again, his fourth career victory. On the other half of the dead heat, he's perfect. 10 for 10. What a freshman campaign for Perfect Sting. From that first crop of the world champion Always Be Mickey out of She'd Be Stinging by Better's Delight, by the Brittany Farms and Valdior Farms. Joe Holloway, the trainer, and David Miller, the winning driver. As Perfect Sting makes his way back to the Victory Hill Farms winner's circle, joining Summa Cum Laude. Dead heat for win in the Breeders' Crown 2020, presented by Woodbine Standardbred, a new breed of experience. The 14th is official. Perfect Sting returning 220, 260, and 210. Summa Cum Laude returning $11.20, $10, and $3.60. Looking ahead to the 15th race. Field of 11, no changes. Fourteenth results, JK Going West finished fourth. Perfect Sting was first in the dead heat with Summa Cum Laude. Southwind Gendry was third, Always a Mickey 6, Bayfield Beach 9, Summa Cum Laude first into the dead heat with Perfect Sting. Buckabed Hanover 10, Cavalier Lotus 5, Captain's Place 8, Litterland Hanover 7. Recheck for the top 4, 1 dead heat 3, 6, 9, 1 dead heat 10, 5, 8, and 7.
Just a little heads up. It's only appropriate for the final Breeders' Crown race of the Friday that we have a historic event. This is the first time in the history of the Breeders' Crown that we have a dead heat for the win. Only at Hoosier Park. Let's talk to one of the winning drivers. Unfortunately, Dave Miller had to take his back. Let's talk about Brian. That was crazy what we just saw. Congratulations on the win. What was going through your mind throughout the race? Take us through it.
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to take what I could get out of the gate, be a little aggressive as possible, and they were pushing out of there pretty good, and getting away fourth wasn't. I didn't think the worst spot. Yannick was pushing the pace a little bit going to the half, and I thought Luane's horse could, follow along pretty good. I sat in fourth, and I figured I'd be able to shake loose, and was following the right horses, and it worked out.
We were going down the stretch there. I mean, you just saw, as we mentioned earlier, almost everybody in this race was a sub-27 final quarter. How confident were you? I know it's a dead heat, but how confident were you that you were going to be right there?
I was just counting them as I was going by. I got down Luane, and I knew I was closing in. The stretch is really close. The stretch is really long here, so I thought I'm never quite out of it till it was over.
Brian, 33 Breeders' Crowns, an incredible achievement. Congratulations. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
All right. Let's get Joe Holloway over here. Joe, we've been here before together. This is tremendous. Congratulations. What a campaign with this horse.
It means a lot. I had the mother, the father. He's been, we talked the talk early and said he was going to be the best, and he backed it up. He raced really huge tonight.
This is your 8th Breeders' Crown. I mean, the list of horses that you've had, She Be Stingin', Jenna's Beach Boy. You were responsible for the early growth of Always Be Mickey. Where does this one rank up so far?
Well, that's why I said we talked the talk early on. I said that this could be the best I ever had, and I think he's proven it. None of my others ever went undefeated at 2.
All right. Well, we have one other question for you. From what I've been told, because the drivers are already gone, to settle it, you and Mickey Burke have to run a 100-yard dash to see who really wins.
And to see who survives?
Joe, we really appreciate the time. I think I just freaked out Mickey Burke, so we're kidding, folks. Joe, really, again, thank you so much from everybody here at Harrah's Hoosier Park, and more importantly, for the Breeders' Crown itself. Thank you so much. Let's get the rebuttal from Mickey Burke since we got some time. Mickey, if you could come over here for a second, come on over. So, Mickey, do I understand it? You will not race.
I don't think he will either. I think we're both just going to call him no show.
The last couple of races, the fractions have been fast is an understatement. That early quarter, 25 and change. The fact that the horses were still hanging in there, were you surprised at all?
These are the best of the best. And these 2-year-olds are just getting better and better every year. So not terribly surprised. No, these guys just go now.
What were you're talking over there to Brian? What were you talking to him about?
Just congratulating him and thanking him. He just did a great job. He got the horse angled out. The other 2 horses were racing great. And then for him to come up and catch them is an accomplishment in any way, shape, or form.
Have you spoken to your brother?
Yeah, he was real happy with it. He just didn't want to come down.
Mickey, we appreciate the time. Hey, congratulations to Ron. Congratulations to the whole team. And thank you again for putting on quite a show.
Thank you. Glad we could do it.
All right. It's a dead heat, folks. It's a heater. Call it whatever you want. It's the first time in the history of the Breeders' Crown. We got one more left. Don't go away. 4 minutes to post for our 15th and final, the day one, or I should say night one, of our 2020 Breeders' Crown right here at Harrah's Hoosier Park. I'm so pleasured now to get to work with my favorite man here, the Vice President General Manager and one heck of a handicapper, Mr. Rick Moore. And Rick, history in that last race.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, for those horses, the way they battled each other, the two horses up front to stick in there the entire way, and then the 6 horse to come get them. What a tremendous race. Incredible.
I tried to get Mickey and Joe to settle it with a 50-yard dash, but neither would go.
It's a smart decision on both their parts.
Well, judging the way I look right now, I can only imagine where they were.
Hey, you just sprinted up from the winner's circle. I'm impressed with you, Peter. Nice job.
Well, let's talk about this race, the Extreme Velocity. A lot of times we get these last races, they're non-winners of one. Sometimes there's a standout. This, to me, is a very exciting race.
Very tough race. It looks like you and I started with the same horse, the 10 horse, up front Florida, coming over from Dayton open the last couple of races in the Cider Stakes, Ohio Cider Stakes. And this horse is in great shape right now. Wide open race, 11 horse field, money coming in on the 6 on the barn change to Tyler George, horse coming in from Yonkers. I guess we'll talk about that in a minute or two, but you and I both like up front Florida. What do you like about him?
Well, I was just, the way I look at it, I'm not usually a huge fan of the second tier racing, as you and I have discussed, but it seems like this horse's better run is when they come back a little bit off the pace, which means the second tier shouldn't really bother.
I don't think so. Got David Miller in the bike, so if you're going to have anybody in the bike, he's as good as they get. So I like David Miller, and I'm from Florida. I think she's going to fare well in here. It's a little bit. She's been in the Opens, the Invitationals, the Opens. Now it's non-winners of 6,000. Still a tough class, but still a drop in class.
Miller looking for his 4th winner on the night. He has 2 Breeders' Crowns. We can only see what's happening here. The horses are coming out on the track again. Thanks to everybody who has been working so hard tonight at Harrah's Hoosier Park to make this 2020 Breeders' Crown a kickoff so successful. We thank everybody, but of course, we would be nothing if it wasn't for the fans. We will be back with you in just a few moments. It's post-parade time.
Jay Elsmore with the final call to post, race 15. It's the Extreme Velocity for pacing fillies and mares. The one JB Shooting Star by John Barnard, Tyler Smith driving. 2 Colt Icon with the Trent Stoller stable, Stately Gate stable, and Tim Graber, John DeLonga. 3 Freight on Hanover, Joe Bongiorno drives for the Emerald Highlands Farm of Ohio. The 4 Quite a Sight by Pollock Racing and Jeff Cullifer, Sam Widger. 5 Vow to Wow, Sharon West of the owner, Lorraine Miller. 6 Sandy's Beach by Stephen Klonowski of Ontario, Trace Tetrick. 7 is so awesome. Robert Woodburn, the owner, Tim Tetrick drives. The 8 Stay Gold, Steve Bateson, Harold Moore, and Patrick Dillon, the owners, Dexter Dunn. 9 Bazinga, Jeff Font Racing, Brian Carsey, Casey Myers, the owners, Brandon Bates, the driver. 10 Up Front Florida by Kevin McKinney and Virginia McCoy, David Miller in the bike. And the 11 It's Time for Fun by Lynn Wolfong, Kyle Wolfong in the Sulky Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Hoosier High Five Wagering.
Hoosier High Five time here for the 15th and final. Remember, tomorrow we do this again. Post time 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock for those of you watching out on the west. So make it a point to be with us again in spirit, watching from your ADW or the YouTube, or actually it's the Facebook account that we have here and the YouTube for Harrah's Hoosier Park. Rick, let's talk about that second tier. We just talked about the 10 up front for Ida, but what about the 11? It's time for fun. I know we both have this on our tickets.
Yeah, it's ironic, you know, the two horses for both from the back tier, and we both like both of them to be on our ticket. Here's a horse that's been in, in a sire stake action that was in with the mares, $50,000 race last week. Finished second to Rockanola, who's we're going to see tomorrow night in the mare pace, the mare open pace. That's a tremendous second. I thought it's time for fun. Here's a horse that's got 288,000 career earnings. I kind of like this horse to be on the ticket.
What is your feeling? Does it matter to you with the second tier? There's some people that the school of thumb is they don't mind the 10 hole, they don't like the 11.
You know, I'm probably one of those guys.
Really? Why?
I don't know. It's just a quirk. I think the 10. I think it's tough. The 10 can get behind the horse the least. The 11's got no one to really get behind. He needs or she needs some help to find some find some room, I believe.
For those who don't know the ruling, I'm assuming the 10 gets to choose where they want to be, and the 11 has to basically take whatever's left.
Yes.
Okay, so that's why it would be difficult.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the rest of the field as we're kind of perusing through here. 3 horse in line, Afraid Not Hanover. Joe Bongiorno again for Timothy Lane. Bongiorno's had a great year. Captain Barbosa taking the Little Brown Jug. What a memorable night. And this one's an interesting horse. I mean, he comes home fairly fast. He can come home sub 27, but I don't know. I don't see him as a winner, but I think maybe for exotics.
You know, I like this horse. I got him second on my ticket.
I see that. So did I.
And so you. I think we might have used the same 5 horses in just a little bit different order, but we didn't confer with one another. But I think we've got the same 5 horses, if I'm not mistaken. It could be wrong. But Afraid Not Hanover. This horse has been in the open company and given a good account of herself the last 3 races. You know, a 4th, a 3rd, and a 3rd. Again, not a big drop, but a little drop, and gets a great starting position. Joe Bongiorno in the bike tonight. I think this horse will be on the ticket.
Where we differ is you included the 2, Cult Icon. I included, I believe it was the 9 horse,
gotcha.
Bazinga.
Yep, you're right.
Talk about Cult Icon. John DeLong for Trent Stoller. I love the combo. I'm shocked I didn't include this.
Well, here's what I like about this mare. Again, 26 starts and 13 in the money. Dropping down out of the open company. Get 2 hole. John DeLong. I think there's a lot to like about this horse. I got her 3rd on my ticket. I think she's got another one. I think that will be on the ticket this evening. This horse likes to compete. Likes to be on the ticket. 13 out of 26. That's 50%, if I'm not mistaken. And again, dropping down. Trent Stoller, 13 out of 26 in the money. 2 hole. I like this horse.
I was trying to come up with something that, to me at least, would say, if I'm right, the Hoosier High Five will pay a lot more. That's why I kind of looked at the 9, 33-1 currently on Bazinga. This New Zealand bred for Walter Haynes, Junior Haynes sends out. If you disregard the last race, or last 2 races, I should say, this horse is right in the mix, even with the outside post.
You know, the last 2 races, I mean, she's in for 9 wins of 10,000 at Dayton, wins that one, is in the open 3 here at Hoosier Park, was 4th, only gets beat a couple lengths, only has 11 starts, 7 in the money. I can see why you use Bazinga.
What's your position with the outside post? I know it's usually considered, we always call it in a fun way, the dreaded outside post. Yeah. On nights like this, it seems like it's not as a hindrance as it normally would.
You know, when you get these good horses, it's not as big a hindrance. And we saw on, Hoosier Champions night, the 9 horse must have won 4 or 5, seems like 4 or 5 races that night. So it's not as big a hindrance. The horse that, the public has settled in on, though, is the 6 horse from Yonkers that, in the Meadowlands 2 races ago. A barn change to Tyler George tonight on a small drop down to 9 winners of 6,000, but the public likes the barn change. He has this horse 7-5 as we speak, Peter. I used her 5th on my ticket. I didn't have her as high as where the public has her.
I have her 5th also, but I'll tell you something. This week, since I've been here since Monday, this week, Tyler George Barn has had several of these horses. Normally, I'm one of those people that when a horse comes from the East Coast, unless they're a stakes type, I like to see it, give them a race. That hasn't been the case. These things have been popping right off the bat.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I look, I got the same theory as you've got. And that's why I used your 5th on the ticket. But, you know, we'll see what happens. Right now, the 10 has gone to be a slight favorite. The horse you and I like is now 2-1, sharing top honors with the 6 horse. Just a few more dollars on the 10 horse. It's the horse you and I like, but the 6 taking a lot of action.
Four horses, quite a sight. Sam Widger driving for Jeff Culliford. This has been a potent combo this season here at Harrah's Hoosier Park. Another one, here it comes again. 151 type of pacer, can come home sub 27. These are the kind of races where when someone says, well, I like the favorite, I say tread lightly before you go in big.
Could not agree more. In fact, this is a race where you get value because they're all just about, you know, you can make a case for all of these horses, Peter. You really can. And just like you said, quite a sight. You could make a case for this one. There's probably 8 or 9 horses in here you could make a good case for.
I'm going to throw a curveball at you. 40-1 on the rail trip. JB Shooting Star. As far as a win, I know the horse won last time out, but the time-wise, the final quarter, I don't think is good enough to get the money. However, Tyler Smith, has had plenty of experience here over the years. Is this a horse that if you had to, you could include in the pick?
I could include this just because of the rail. The horse won last time, moving up in class a little bit, just because she does have the rail, and she just, you know, trails the speed and gets a, you know, gets a little, you know, room in the stretch. Maybe uses the passing lane. Maybe has a shot to get on the ticket.
Rounding out the group so we can make sure we're being democratic and giving everyone their due. The 5-horse Vow to Wow, Lewayne Miller. I thought a good effort in the last race with his hard pacing, but this is another horse. Showed the lead. I'm not sure is fast enough to make the lead against this group.
Yeah, she looks like she wants the lead, and we'll see if she can get it. It's going to be tough.
All right, my friend. Guess what? We're going to do this again tomorrow night.
All right, can't wait, buddy.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's send it out to the man, as usual, doing A-list work here at Hoosier Park like he does every single night. Mr. Steve Cross with the call of the nightcap. Mr. Cross, it's all yours.
Fifteenth race, pacing of fillies and mares, enters the stretch for the start. Here they come. And they're off. Good start for the fields here. Colt Icon gets the first call. From the center of the track, Sandy's Beach, and for the front side, Bazinga. JB Shooting Stars away 4th. Afraid Not Hanover coming out in 5th. Quite a sight is 6th. And widest of all into 7th as they race out of the first turn, Stay Gold. Down along the inside, racing in 9th then. It's up front, Florida. The trailer Vowed to Wow. 26-1 the opening quarter time. Bazinga with an early gate speed. 24-1 shot here, leading by 2.5, nearly 3 lengths. Sandy's Beach on the inside, 2nd. Colt Icon back to 3rd down. JB Shooting Stars 4th. Afraid Not Hanover racing 5th. Stay Gold still parked to the outside is 6th. Quite a sight back to the inside, 7th. Up front, Florida is next. As they race past the half, tightly packed here, 54-3, racing out of the far turn. Leading the way, Bazinga. Sandy's Beach, and they're there to the outside. Afraid Not Hanover is now underway with Stay Gold in tow. Colt Icon down along the inside, JB Shooting Star. As they circle the turn to the outside, So Awesome, and down on the inside, quite a sight. Top of the stretch, they pass the 3/4 at 123-4. To the outside, Sandy's Beach taking the lead. Bazinga gives way. Down into the passing lane goes the JB's Shooting Star. Out of the center of the track, it's Stay Gold. Here comes Colt Icon, but it's Sandy's Beach. Sandy's Beach, JB's Shooting Star. Quite a sight to the wire. Sandy's Beach, and the inside, JB Shooting Star at 26-1. Unofficial winner, the 1, JB Shooting Star. Second, the 6, Sandy's Beach. Third, number 4, Quite a Sight. Fourth, the 2, Colt Icon. Fifth, number 8, Stay Gold. Returning at trackside to the Victory Hill Farms winner's circle. Biggest upset of the night, JB Shooting Star at 26-1. 5-year-old daughter of straight shooting, owned by John Barnard of Miami, Florida. Luis Quevedo, the trainer. Tyler Smith, the winning driver. The 5th win of the season for JB's Shooting Star. Late onto the scene here to win the nightcap in 152 3/5. It's official. Official results, JB Shooting Star, the winner. Colt Icon 4, Afraid Not Hanover 9. Quite a Sight 3, Vadawao 7, Sandy's Beach 2, So Awesome 11. Stay Gold 5, Bazinga 8, Up Front Florida 6, It's Time for Fun 10. Top down 1, 4, 9, 3, 7, 2, 11, 5, 8, 6, 10. Final time 152 3/5. That concludes a Friday night of Breeders' Crown action. We invite you back again tomorrow evening as we conclude the 2020 Breeders' Crown here at Harrah's Hoosier. Until then, enjoy the rest of your evening here at Harrah's Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. Be safe. Good night, everyone.